This podcast is brought to you by the Arate Media Pantheon. Please head to aratemedia.org to see lots of podcasts from our great friends. And if you would like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So that's aratemedia.org. That's A-R-E-T-E media.org. On with the show, Jordan.
On with the show.
I'm sorry, I had a little tickle there. Welcome to the Spurr of the Moment podcast. I am always as he will be, as he continues to be, as he was. It gets longer every time. I'm Justin. I'm Justin Spurr. And I'm joined, as always, in Foreveratum. That's a word. I didn't just make it up.
He made it up.
It's the incomparable Jordan, everybody. He's also here.
I'm also here. I by the way, I didn't check the audio levels. I assume you did.
I did. They seemed fine. But you know what? Just for funsies, let's just check that audio level right now.
I didn't just make it up.
He made it up.
Just the incomparable.
The audio seems fine.
Yeah. It seems fine. It seems good.
Seems all right. So, on today's show, what do we have for you guys today? We have a heck of a show. We have, I guess, big maybe guy who's going to be in Avengers Doomsday. That's pretty exciting. The beloved PlayStation games might be a movie. Who's coming back? Scary Movie 5. The Boys prequel. That Lego Star Wars movie that was pretty fun is getting to season 2. Fast and the Furious video game. And there's more. There's other stuff.
And then part of your Broadway world.
Let me get through the intro first. And then later in the show, we're doing Tokusatsu. We're talking Kamen Rider. We're talking Super Sentai. We're talking Gamera. We're talking Godzilla. And we're doing it all for... Jordan, you can read Haley's comment while I look up who we're doing it for.
Part of your Broadway World podcast says Forevertum isn't a word. It is now.
It is now.
He just made it up.
I just made it up. Sorry, I'm looking up the guy. I meant to tag him in this and I forgot. But there's a specific commenter.
How dare you forget to do that one thing that you said you were gonna do?
I did. I know. I'm probably gonna tag him in the video, the inevitable YouTube videos that come of this. Nope, that's not it.
But this is a shout out to the boys.
Come on, where are you here?
Justin,
nope.
Who are the boys?
Who are the boys? Come on.
Justin, we can't shout out to the boys if we don't know the username of the boys.
It's really just one boy. Ah, there it is. I found it. Humanoid. Come on, full name. Humanoid Corn 447. They made numerous requests for Super Sentai and Kamen Rider and Ultraman. So a bunch of the crap today stuff is based on their suggestions.
Not in the dictionary, therefore not a word.
I just put it in the dictionary and I made it a word.
It's in the dictionary.
I have that power. I have that power. It's part of my powers. But yes, we're gonna say that name again later because I'm not gonna remember, and I'm probably gonna tag them in at least one or two of the videos that come out of this. Hopefully, they're still subscribed because they were really jonesed for this, and I told them it was coming, and here it is. But that comes later. You have to stick through the news first, though. That's part of it. Jordan, I wanted to begin with.
The beginning.
To begin at the beginning. Ron Howard. Because Jordan, it wouldn't be a proper spur of the moment podcast if we didn't antagonize some Star Wars fans. So let's just jump right in to agonizing.
It does seem to be something we've become known for.
We've become known for how much we love to antagonize those, especially the Andor fans. So Jordan, George Lucas offered Ron Howard advice when he was going to direct Star Wars. Oh yeah, right. Because obviously George Lucas and Ron Howard know each other because Ron Howard was in American Graffiti. I completely forgot about that. This is what happens when you don't read your articles until you're doing the show. But Jordan, you're never going to guess what George Lucas told him when he took over.
Don't fuck up.
No, Jordan. He said...
Star Wars fans are fickle and will never be happy with anything you try, so don't bother.
In addition, Howard also shared that Lucas actually gave him an advice. Someone needs to proofread these articles. Gave him advice before he officially agreed to do the Han Solo prequel. He said, just don't forget, it's for 12-year-old boys.
And 12-year-old minded adult children.
who don't get that it's for 12-year-old boys. Because once again, George Lucas said it. Actual quote from George Lucas. Star Wars is for 12-year-olds. So,
Future
once
Justin,
again,
put the quote here.
put the quote here. Star Wars, also just play the clip of George Lucas saying it's for children. There's a clip I'm going to play. I constantly play it because he did, which makes Andor a bad Star Wars show. There we go. We antagonized the Star Wars fans right there.
Mic drop.
According to George Lucas, bad Star Wars show. Jordan, so
Justin, boom. Mic
boom,
drop.
Mic dropped. I don't want to drop mine. It'll do.
No,
It's
no,
not
I
soft like yours.
Yeah.
So I there's a lot of the stories this week were Spider-Man set video or set photo related.
Spitterman? Dave Spitterman?
Dave Spitterman, and like I don't want to get into specifics because I don't want to have the whole thing spoiled for me, and I don't want to be one of those people who's going to comment on every single little...
I'm not keeping track of that. I want to go and
there have been some interesting like I didn't look into who, but apparently the leaks have sort of revealed who the chick from Stranger Things is. Apparently,
I don't want to know.
No, I didn't look into it. That's all I saw. Apparently, there's some hints towards...
I saw the one video where Tom Holland is like walking out of the warehouse and he's got the suit from the neck down, and I saw that, and I saw one where he was like on top of the car, like it was a set one,
yeah,
and he's got the mask on, and that's it. Like I've seen the suit. That's all I want to see. Like I'm good.
I've seen some stunt pieces that don't like. It kind of looks like maybe, and this makes me happy, it might be a sort of soft adaptation of the Spider-Man game, because there's a bunch of shots of him pulling apart tanks, which looks kind of interesting.
Interesting.
And there's been some apparent... I didn't look into it any further. Like, these are just what I've gleaned from articles, from titles to articles, which is just there may be some hints towards Venom in there, but I didn't read into it, so that could be they're just reading into it. We talked about how, well, it being Brand New Day, it just kind of makes sense that there's hints at Mr. Negative being in there, but apparently they've said he's not in there. Apparently it's looking more like it's gonna wind up being like a Spider-Man versus Hulk thing, which, like, hey, I'm not against that. That's pretty sweet.
I need to see a real trailer.
Yeah, but like, yeah, I haven't. So we won't be delving into. Apparently, the set photos and videos are going to stop. I think they're going into a studio now, so I think they're going to kind of stop there. I don't think we'll get spoiled too much. I saw what I wanted to see, which is I saw the suit, and I'm happy with the suit. The only thing that would have made me like, I appreciate. I saw a video on this where like I appreciate that they're like, you know what? So it doesn't get ruined by bad set photos. We're gonna put it out first, because Superman also did that, where they're like, yeah, they knew they were gonna be filming outside, so like let's get the suit out first, so people can see it, so people can see what it kind of roughly looks like. So and I'm kind of hoping they do something like that for Scorpion, or they manage to really like keep him hidden until that movie comes out. Because I am now, for whatever reason, I don't know why. I think it's because I like the actor and I really like that character. I'm really stoked for.
Now, that being said, you mentioned Venom. I love Venom. I don't want him in this. I don't want him within 1,000 miles of this movie.
No, not really. Well, other than like maybe some hints at the fact that the symbiote's
foreshadowing,
around,
maybe
for
like
some background hints. Sure, I'll give you that.
But
no,
like,
you're right.
I don't want him in the black suit.
No, I don't think this is the time for it. Well, no. It isn't. For him, here's what I would say. I would be down for just the black suit. Like just the black suit, because I like maybe. But my one condition is it would have to be comic accurate.
Yeah,
100%.
I want the white crest on the chest.
Pure
I want the black, like
no
pure
raised
black.
webbing. No, none of that. No, I don't want
the white symbol, like the white things on the hands. Like, yeah, okay.
That's the only way I will accept it, and just the suit.
Yeah,
and maybe Eddie Brock.
Maybe
Eddie Brock,
or
Eddie Brock.
or if they want to do like a different version, a different take on Eddie Brock, not Norman, like not Osborn, but like a different character who is essentially Eddie Brock.
Yeah,
but I would prefer Eddie Brock.
But the one thing we will do is we will talk about casting rumors. And Jordan, according to this, it's been confirmed. This is the Hollywood Reporter and the Heat Vision newsletter. So I haven't seen anything official from Marvel, but apparently You're never gonna guess who Spider-Man adjacent's gonna be in Avengers Doomsday.
Vulture.
Think similar costume.
Similar costume as Spider-Man.
Does a big joke. He's tangentially related.
Deadpool.
Yeah. Apparently Ryan Reynolds gonna be in it.
I mean, I thought in the Avengers movie, I thought that was confirmed.
No,
I thought we knew that.
No, he was not in the run of people who were in that big cast list I read out. He wasn't in that. He wasn't in there. Apparently, he's not going to be in the Avengers, though. He's not going to be in the Avengers. He's going to be in the movie, but he's not going to be in the Avengers. Apparently, what I've heard.
I mean, I'm not shocked.
I'm not shocked. I've seen a lot of people who are against it, and I'm not. I don't know why. I'm not. I think integrating him into some of the normalcy will make him funnier.
I mean, yeah. For me, like, to what extent? Like, okay, he's in it. He's in the big final scene where they have all the heroes running against. Yeah, like that's it. I guarantee you that's
Ryan Reynolds. He's a stunt double.
Yeah, or and this would be my hope. This is what I genuinely would hope would happen. Is I want him to not be in that movie at all until the end credits scene when you see him running on and he's like, I finally got. Wait, it's over. Like, I'm finally here to help, guys, and it's all done, and it's the end of the credits. And then going forward, I want him to become, and I think we said this before, I want him to become the new Stan Lee, where the running gag is he shows up at the end of the end of the credits for all, like, he's the new Captain America, where he shows up at the end of the credits for like every movie going forward, going like, I'm finally here to help. What do you mean I missed it again?
I kind of want him to just walk in and do that John Travolta meme from Pulp Fiction where he just shrugs his shoulders.
But that's what I would do. That's what I want.
I don't know. I just want him and Spider-Man to team up. That's all I want. I don't care how it happens. If it only happens in this one movie for exactly 2 minutes, it's fine. That's what I want. Jordan, this article says beloved PlayStation video game getting movie, and I went, oh, what beloved PlayStation game could possibly getting a movie? And like, I don't know why my brain went, I kind of want a live-action Ape Escape movie.
I mean, I'd be down for that.
I don't know why. Just like a pseudo retro-futuristic. He's got like the stunt club and the net, and he's got to catch monkeys, and it's fully American. Like, I don't want a hint of Japaneseness in this. I want a fully American version of this.
That would be amazing.
But Jordan,
but I suspect. Okay, can I take a guess?
You absolutely can take a guess.
Metal Gear Solid. That's
a good guess, and honestly, that's probably better than what this supposedly is. You're wrong. That's not it. You're never gonna guess it.
Okay,
I don't think you've played this game.
Silent Hill?
No.
Or wait, do those already have movies?
Those technically already have movies, but no.
Okay. One last guess. Twisted Metal.
No, that already has a show.
Does it?
Starring Anthony Mackie. Yeah, apparently it's quite good. No,
is it PlayStation 1 era?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
here's what I will say to you. They, once again, have really stretched what I would define as a beloved PlayStation video game, but I suppose it technically is critically acclaimed. It's the Last Guardian.
Oh, that's the one that's made by
the people who make Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah. I've never played that one.
Never played it. And I mean, I know that people really like it, so I wouldn't go so far as to say that I wouldn't say it's beloved. When I think beloved PlayStation, my thing's like a Crash Bandicoot movie or a Spyro the Dragon movie. Oh, they're finally gonna make that Elijah Wood Spyro the Dragon movie that got
like to me. There's other things that are way more beloved. I mean, even a Jack and Daxter movie. That's
another one. Yeah. I didn't even think about that one, but yeah, that's another one. Sly Cooper.
There's just.
One of those characters. It's like, really?
There's a lot, or again, I say even Metal Gear Solid, or like there's so many other options.
The point of that game is it's not really a story. It's meant to be about the experience. I think I heard at one point they're making. I don't know if they still are, but at one point they were gonna make a Shadow of the Colossus movie, and I'm like, what's the point?
I think I remember we talked about that on here before.
We did talk about it with Adam, I think, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what's the point?
Yeah, that's not really. I don't.
What's the why that person's?
I think I said this when we talked about it last time. I see Shadow of the Colossus being like a half an hour like short movie
Yeah, I
or
mean,
like a
The Last Guardian. I suppose you could do like an anime, but I
yeah,
don't get it.
that I
I
could
don't get
see
it.
from what I know and what I remember of what that game is like. That I could see, and even to a degree, I could see Shadow of the Colossus, but I could see that as like a Studio Ghibli like whimsical kind of thing, like My Neighbor Totoro, where it's like a little kid and a big
Yeah, yeah,
animal thing.
I could see that. Nice
Um,
80-minute. But to be fair, I've never played that game. I don't know where it goes or what.
no, that's
I
just
just know it's like
me
a kid and a creature.
and a big ferret type thing, I think,
Um, so
from what I
Jordan,
remember.
Jordan, I don't know if you know this. They're making Scary Movie 6, and big thing. They're bringing
Is
back
that
all the.
is that shocking? Have they not made one in a while?
Well,
I
they
don't.
haven't made one in a while, but it's also bringing back all the original people who were in the very original one, the very first one. So they announced that they're bringing back Cindy and Brenda. I think the character's name is. So Anna Faris and the black chick from the original one. So like
So
pretty much the whole original cast is coming back for this apparently.
so I have no emotional investment in this or stakes in any way because I am not attached to Scary Movie at all.
Not really.
But and
I
this
quite
isn't
like the first
really
one.
a discussion on this franchise in particular, but isn't the idea of like bringing back all of an old cast of X thing just kind of done at this point?
Not
Like,
according to Hollywood. I don't know. Maybe if
is
you were a
that still
huge
a
fan of the Wayans brothers scary movie franchise, I suppose, yeah, you would be excited for this. I am largely indifferent. I just,
yeah? Well, that's where
I
I
wouldn't go
say
so far as to say is that I would definitely, I would say the spoof movie is dead, like
yeah. I
long
mean,
since dead.
yeah. My point more though was again not as a on this movie in particular, but like it just feels
No.
like everything has kind of done that.
Yeah, but I mean that's what people want.
I I guess I don't
I can
know.
say there's a segment of people on the internet who are really down for Scary Movie 6, and I'm like,
Good for them.
good
You
for
do
them,
you.
you do you. It doesn't really do anything for me. I mean, again, the notion of doing horror spoofs, YouTube can do that better and faster. Same with TikTok. Like, what can they do that the internet can't? It's sort of like people are like, oh, why did Weird Al retire? Because the internet can do it better and faster and
Oh, I mean,
funnier.
it's the reason why Weird Al, Jackass, anything like this. Yeah, YouTube exists.
Yeah. South Park's
And
funny because everyone's like, "Oh, South Park's going back to the show a week thing," and then they were like, "Haha, no," because they can't. They just they're doing them
it's
two.
not
They do,
it's not sustainable.
they're doing them 2 weeks at a time. It's like, guys, they're like in their 50s. There's no, they can't do this show. It's like, well, if you watch 6 days to air, you could see that it's a very high stress job when you're doing it weekly. Like they were getting the show on like the day it would go on the air. They clearly just can't do that. And yeah, the internet can do it faster and better and funnier and more clever. And like, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna do like a Terrifier parody because that's the thing that's popular right now? Like, again, what can they do that hasn't
Other
been done?
other than make fun of Donald J. Trump and his staff.
Yeah, like what can they do? Um, but yeah, that I guess is exciting for somebody. Jordan, they're doing a prequel to The Boys, and
They're doing a prequel.
I'm actually kind of excited
They're
about this. Well, how much of The Boys have you watched at this point?
oh, I think I was partway through the second season.
Oh, you hadn't gotten to Jensen Ackles yet.
No, no. Uh, uh, Stargirl and the human dude were coupling up.
Oh, okay. Well,
And
they're doing a prequel, Jordan.
the Wonder Woman analog had to confront the fact that she's a bad person because Superman Homelander made her not save a plane full of people.
Oh yeah. No, that's still pretty early on.
Yeah.
Um,
The episodes were really long and it just really wasn't doing it
Yeah, no,
for
fair
me.
enough. Well, that was one I had to watch it in parts because it was a slog to get through. Hour long
Yeah.
episodes. I'm gonna shout out one of our other podcasts on the network, the Average Intelligence Podcast. Eric said that in a recent episode where he was like, "I just can't do television when it's like over an hour long," and I was like, "Yeah, I'm with you, fully with you on that. Can't do it. It's too long. It's But anyway, the third season's quite good though. It's got Jensen Ackles as a Captain America parody, who is just a right bastard. But he's getting a prequel where it's going to be him and 3 other people, and they release the suits, what the costumes look like. And I really quite like Jensen Ackles, and I thought that season 3 had a distinct lack of Jensen Ackles in it. Like, he just wasn't in it enough for me. So yeah, I will watch a full show where he's a bastard of a superhero, like where he's just a shit person. I will watch that. That looks fun. That sounds fun. But they also said, because in the next season I didn't watch season 4. I just couldn't be bothered. But in season 5, which is the last season of The Boys, a bunch of supernatural people are going to be in it. So that Jared Padalecki, who is Sam on Supernatural, and Misha Collins, who is Castiel on Supernatural, are both going to be on it. And there's going to be a
reunion.
A reunion between them. And I don't know if they've announced what characters they're playing. But they've announced sort of when the reunion's gonna happen, which apparently is in episode 5. Episode 5 of season 5. Oh, sorry, he's 43. Huh, I didn't know that. Yeah. So,
ages are funny.
I was kind of hoping that like it would be characters that were connected to Soldier Boy, and that they would show up in that Soldier Boy prequel, and we'd get like a soft, like Supernatural reunion show
episode.
But, yeah, I'm still excited for that. That makes me kind of want to power through season 4 and watch season 5, because I like Supernatural and I like those actors, and
That's fair. I also like Supernatural and those actors.
And I am going to
maybe one day we'll find out an excuse to watch Supernatural for this show, and we'll talk about all 15 seasons.
Oh man, that's a lot of seasons.
I know. It'd be a real challenge.
Get rid of that. Jordan
took me years to finish that show.
Apparently, Marvel Zombie. Oh yeah, apparently, I saw someone complaining about. Well, they were saying that the Wakanda Eyes of Wakanda show, they were mad that Disney didn't really market it or whatever, and their post sort of gave me an indication that it was not a very good show, or that it was bad, because she was like, there's only 4 30-minute episodes, which just tells me that yeah, Disney could give less of a shit about it, which, you know, considering it's one of the few shows with people of color in it, probably not great. But also, like, I don't like Black Panther all that much for reasons that aren't racist. It just doesn't do anything for me. So, like, I'm not surprised. It's a very conflicting set of emotions.
With those movies, and this is no disrespect towards them, but I always felt like they weren't made for me.
Right. I'm like fundamentally, yeah, no. Do I want it to succeed? Yes, but I want it to succeed in spite of the fact that I didn't watch it, not because of it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to fail because I didn't watch it. I want it to succeed in spite of the fact that I didn't watch it.
Well, if it deserves to, if it's a good show, I want it to succeed. I want it to succeed or fail on merit based on its work.
Yeah, I don't want to watch it, but I want the people who do want to watch it to watch it.
It's not made for me, just like the movies they're not intended for me.
No.
But those movies were, as I understand it, successful because they reached the target audience and they were well made.
They keep trying to make Black Panther happen without Black Panther, I think is the problem.
With this show, I want it to reach the people that it's intended for, and I want it to either succeed because those people think that it deserves to succeed, or fail because they think that it deserves to fail. I don't want it to be review bombed and fail because of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Or fail because people, stupid reasons.
They don't know it exists because it's being badly marketed. I want it to reach the target audience who wants to watch it. Like,
and then they can decide whether or not it's good.
Exactly. My thing with Black Panther is just they keep trying to make Black Panther happen without Black Panther, and they keep trying to make things happen around them that just people wanted a Dora Milaje show, but they wanted it with the girl who was in charge of the Dora Milaje. You know, the one who shows up in in the Captain America show, who people like, who is a character in the Disney parks that people actually like, who's a major character in the second movie. That's the Dora Milaje show people wanted, not some random half-baked animated show that the character don't gives a shit about.
Yeah, right. I have to be honest, until you've mentioned it here,
I know.
totally forgot about
I
it.
just happened to see a post about it today where I was like, really? The only thing you could muster was 4 30-minute episodes? That's just sad. But that having been said, apparently they moved up that Marvel zombie show, which and it's apparently rated M.
Right.
Apparently,
I forgot about that.
Apparently it's rated mature. It's going to be bloody and violent, and it still looks like it's being done by the company the animation company who does What If. So, and it apparently is not connected to that episode of What If.
Okay, I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask if it was connected to that.
Apparently it's not connected whatsoever. It's its own thing.
So I wonder, and I don't know if you know if it says anything about this. I wonder if it's going to be more comic accurate than the show was. I don't think so.
I think it still technically takes place in that version of the Marvel Zombies universe, if that makes sense.
Just a different story, basically.
Just a different story with a different group. So it's basically just sounds like it was an episode, or it was a sequel to that episode that they made with the
those people.
Well, it's just all the characters in the show are all Phase 4 characters. So it's like Kamala Khan. I think Shang-Chi's in it. It's a bunch of characters who appeared in Phase 4, and so it seems to me that was probably an episode of What If that got for season 4, or the season that didn't get made, that was mostly done, that they were like, well, we have all this animation, so we might as well and it's probably gonna be again a 4-episode 30 minutes a pop thing, and it's just a thing they already had that they just expanded out.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because otherwise, who cares?
My thing is if you have all these things which are only 4 episodes a pop, and I both do and don't get why you don't do this, but you don't do this because you want to market them as their own thing. But for me, if you have a bunch of things that are 4 episodes a pop, you take all of those, you put them together into a Tales from the Marvel Cinematic Universe and make it into a collective show.
Yeah.
So you have 4 episodes, which are the Black Panther part of it. So
then you can at least pretend you have a 20 episode.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Because otherwise, that's just kind of what that's what that Wakanda Eyes of Wakanda show looked like. It looked like they all look like they're just episodes of What If that they had a bunch of finished animation for, that show got canceled because nobody was watching it because it was crap, and that they just took and they've farmed them out to be different shows. That's how it comes across.
Crap is a strong word.
Not very good.
Missed potential.
Terrible. Take your pick of adjective.
Missed potential.
I mean, it just kind of seems like you're trying to dress up a pig.
I mean, it just seems to me that it's not the worst Marvel show out there, and you're treating it like it is.
Oh, no, I didn't say it was the worst. It's one of the worst. Definite bottom 5. Hard bottom 5.
I don't know.
Hard bottom.
You're talking in a world where there's that I'm gonna catch shit for this. Where there's that Captain America show, which is awful.
Oh, this is 1,000 times. The Captain America show is 1,000 times, but also Captain America show is also bottom 5.
It's not better than this because it's not a show. This is the What If show. For better or worse, you can hate the quality of it. It's a show.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Those Marvel shows are hard to be it's a bad show because it is. It's a bad show. It's a bad movie. Anyway,
exactly.
Jordan.
Tangent.
Let's see here. What do we do next? Ooh, this was.
Oh God, he's dying.
This was funny. So, the title of this article is "New Fast and Furious game announced with trailer release date set," and the cover, the image of the article is like a CGI looking poster with a bunch of CGI looking versions of the characters from those movies with Vin Diesel front and center. And I in retrospect, I think it's the poster for Fast X, but I thought that they were announcing this sweet new Fast and Furious game where you got to play as Dom, and it was like a half racing game, half exploration game, and I'm like, that seems like that would be pretty cool. Jordan, that's not what this was. It's not what this was, Jordan. In fact, what this is, it's a re-release of the Fast and Furious arcade game, and it is an old school. Like, I can't think of a good comparison. You know, one of those arcade games
like
where
Daytona.
like Daytona 500. Yeah, exactly. One of those arcade games. It's a re-release of that, and I'm like, that's significantly more disappointing.
I didn't even realize there was one of those.
Oh, I definitely knew there was one of those.
That is disappointing. I thought you were gonna be like, yeah, you know, it's a game where it's like they've collected the first 4 movies and made it into a game, and you go through the story of them. And,
it's like that game.
And I was gonna be like, you know what? I'd play that.
There's a game called The Wheelman, which I had the demo for years ago, where I'm pretty sure it had Vin Diesel in it. I'm like reasonably sure, but you pretty much played like a Vin Diesel character, where you know what a wheelman is, right?
That guy who for criminals drives away for them.
Beautiful. Yes, that's a guess. Yes, so you play as a wheelman, and it's basically like a racing game, but you like shoot at people from your car and stuff, and you like escape from heists. And yeah, the main, I'm pretty sure the main character was Vin Diesel.
I mean, I don't play a lot of racing games, but I do remember this one where it was like you like jump from body to body, and you can use the powers to jump from car to car.
I'm pretty sure that's the game. I'm pretty sure that's Wheelman. Wheelman. I'm pretty sure that's it. That sounds familiar.
I don't know. Yeah, I do know that. Like, yeah, you're like doing heists and stuff, and I don't remember shooting, but I just remember
either
you
that
use like these
or that
weird
Spy
powers.
Hunter you're thinking of, but I'm pretty sure that's the same game.
No, hold on, let's see if I can find. I'm gonna you keep talking about it.
But yeah, I love racing games or driving games that aren't really racing. Like one of my favorite driving games of all time. I can't remember what it was called, but I owned it on PS3 somewhere. But you were a stuntman and you had to do stunts, and it was really hard.
Yeah.
That game was really hard, but it was really satisfying when you finally did a stunt. That game was really fun. Next.
Let's see if this brings up.
Let's cut that. We're gonna cut that story, because who cares?
No, that's not it.
Let's do. Jordan, there's a new Green Lantern show coming out. It's called My Adventures with Green Lantern, and it's gonna be a. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. No, sorry. It's about there's a new Green Lantern in the comics called Jessica Cruz, and it's apparently about how she's been chosen by the Green Lantern ring, and it's gonna have Kyle Rayner, and I don't know who Nikki is, but it's gonna have her, and it's animated, and I've heard about this show, and all right, more Green Lantern stuff's always fun. I like Green Lantern. He's underrepresented.
Is that like a live action one or an animated one?
Animated show.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. So, okay. Apparently, the Scooby-Doo reboot, Jordan, is going to take a page from Netflix's biggest show. According to What's On, the new Scooby-Doo Netflix show will reportedly draw inspiration from Stranger Things. So they're looking to cast actors between the ages of 14 to 17 to portray the leading characters. Which, like, hey, I'm just saying, if you're going to take inspiration from a show, better Stranger Things than Riverdale.
I mean, yes, this is true, but I wouldn't take inspiration from either because they're both bad.
Well, I mean, okay. The thing Stranger Things is really good at is setting up and like setting the tone.
Spending 10 years to make the last season.
I mean, yes, but spending like they're really good at creating a tone and an air of mystery. It's not their fault that it never pays off, but they're really good at setting up a mystery. So like, I mean, if
it is their fault, they're the ones making it.
So like if Scooby-Doo does a really good atmospheric, it's a little darker, but it's not overly silly. Like I did say I wanted them to do a television series of that sketch where it's Velma, and she's being torn, you know, and
Eldritch Scooby.
Yeah, I'd be down for something a little. I'm not against darkness, in a thing, in a beloved childhood thing, just as long as it's like interesting or well made or like well constructed or has something to say about the original that is interesting. Like Velma wanted to be that, but it just doesn't do it well.
Velma was cynical. That's the thing. Velma didn't want to be that. Velma didn't want to be dark and serious and like take itself
Yeah.
seriously. It wanted to be cynical and sarcastic and take a shit on a thing that people love.
I still think Mystery Incorporated is the best version of, hey, let's do Scooby Doo but make him darker.
I agree. I think
so. Like,
yeah.
if you do something like that, that's kind of a sort of soft satire of the original Scooby Doo, but is a bit darker. But also, like, don't make Bel Air. Don't. It's funny because I used to be like the biggest Bel Air defender. You
did.
You used to be like that show looks awful, and I'm like, no, like you're like I don't get it. I don't get the point. Why would you? And I'm like, I do love the notion of taking like, but it works as like a YouTube video or like a sketch where like you take a not serious thing and you make it serious. Like in a 2 to 3 minute format, that tends to be funny. The problem with Bel Air is, God, maybe we'll have to talk about Bel Air if I can find it on the internet. We'll have to talk about it one day. But the short version is it just kind of devolves all of the characters from Fresh Prince of Bel Air into being the exact stereotypes that they are parodies of in the original show, or like there's no good way to say it. Carlton kind of is not nearly white enough, if that makes any sense. And there's just way too much cursing. All of the characters curse, like all of them curse like absolute crazy. Like there's F-bombs.
Yeah.
I watched a clip of it, and I got 3 minutes into it, and I was like, oh, this is a clip from Bel Air. Oh, it should at least kind of feel like the Fresh Prince of Bel Air. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's where, like, for me, there's a line, and it walks a fine line of like, it needs to still encompass the spirit of the original while pushing those boundaries.
Yeah, exactly.
And so few things do that good, like do that well, do that successfully.
Not to jump in, do you know who does that really well?
Who?
Japan. Japan does it really well. Where you're like, yeah, this is what I imagine they were thinking in the 1970s when they made the original version of this.
Yeah.
But to be fair, that's happened to us a few times when we watched something where we're like, this feels like
what their original idea
Legacy.
was.
Tron Legacy is an example of that, where it's like, yeah, this is a bit darker, a bit more stern than the original, and yeah, this is probably what they had in their heads when they made the original. Like, I'm sure there are other examples. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but like,
I mean, to me, the best example for Scooby Doo is Mystery Incorporated, where it's like, you that if you want to do a more serious Scooby Doo, I don't inherently have a problem with that, but for me, it's a fine line of doing something that feels like Scooby Doo, and it just becoming Riverdale.
Right? Yeah, that's my. It's just. But to be fair, Archie does have good comics where it gets dark, that's what's funny. Like,
but he still feels like Archie,
right? Yeah, I mean, Archie After Dark, the Archie zombies, which is what that show is based on.
That was always my thing with Riverdale, though. I know this isn't about Riverdale, and we're harping on Riverdale a lot, but
yeah, because that's how you do a thing like that badly, like that.
Yeah,
but it started off good. That's the thing.
Because those characters aren't in character.
No,
Archie in that show is not Archie. Betty is not Betty. Like they're not really. And so that's where I say you walk a fine line.
That's why like.
It's also why Mindy Kaling's Velma is not successful, is because those aren't the characters.
Yeah,
like those aren't
we talked about like Archie versus Predator, and that's like that gets dark. You see characters get their heads cut off, but like it still feels like Archie, and that's the difference.
And it walks a fine line. It's kind of my point.
Very fine line. Jordan, they're doing another season of that Lego Rebuild the Universe. I don't know if it's the final season.
I know. I sent you the trailer to that one.
It just kind of feels like maybe this was one thing that got split in half once
Oh,
again.
absolutely. I believe that that's the case.
Yeah, it looks
Yes.
fun though. I
It
love
looks fun.
good. I love weenie good Darth Vader. I think that's funny.
Did you ever end up
Mandalorian.
watching the first season?
No, I'm saving it for
Oh,
my
you
next
know
Star
that
Wars.
list of that list of things that I want you to watch?
Yeah,
Add it to that.
checking onto that. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I'll have to remember that. Try to remind me to do it after.
I'll try. I'll try because yeah. Then
not-
when
It's not
season two
already
comes
on there.
out, when season two comes out, then when we do Star Wars, we can both
Yeah.
watch that.
That's of course assuming it's not. I didn't already put it on there. But yeah, no, I'm really stoked for that. It's one of those ones I've been meaning to sit down. I saw the trailer for this and I went, why haven't I watched the first half yet?
I don't know why you haven't. It's a lot of fun. It's genuinely a good time.
Genuinely,
They've
a lot of
got
fun.
Darth Jar Jar.
And then
Darth Jar Jar,
Darth
Justin.
Jar Jar. So okay. Okay.
Like for all the ways that we complain about how the live action ones are not feeling it when it comes to Star Wars, the Lego stuff is killing it.
The Lego stuff is absolutely killing. And then finally, Jordan. Finally, The Rock has come back. No. They announced that, and the only reason why I included this because it's just a movie delay. But we always gotta talk about the internet and how the internet constantly misses the joke. And so there was a meme on an article for this, which it's Shrek 5 has been delayed till from December 23, 2026.
I've seen people posting about this where people were like, it's because we guessed the whole movie, so they had to go and they had to start over.
No, it's not. I mean, first of all, no, that's June 30th, 2020, December. Okay, I guess that is a 6-month window, but it's not enough of a window to redo the whole movie. But I would think it would be
not the whole movie, just parts of it.
There's certainly people who think that though, who think that that's true and that's not just a joke. That's what made me laugh. Or we guessed the movie, so they have to completely remake it. No, that's not how these things work. But it would be funny if like months after that movie comes out, you find out no, Shrek was gonna come to the real world. No, it's obviously gonna be Shrek is a bad dad. Like unless they completely cut out the Zendaya character, which hey happens sometimes. It would be funny if they did. It would be very on point for Shrek to do that. But I just thought that was funny. Way to miss the point, internet. Way to miss it. Wait for it to just fly over your head. That's the news, Jordan. We did it. Today's episode, Jordan, is brought to you by sponsor and bringing back, because today we're talking about belts. It only seemed right to talk about the maker of belts, and that's TrophySmack.com. So, Jordan, you can head to TrophySmack.com using the link in our description, and they can make you such awesome trophies as we don't have a belt yet, but there's this.
We're coming for it.
We're coming for that belt. This. Hey, look at that sheen. Look at that shine. Look how nice that is. You could have that hanging on your wall. I don't, so then I could pull it out for advertisement. But you could hang it on your wall. They have belts. They have custom rings. If you want like a Green Lantern ring, you get a Green Lantern ring. You can probably
have custom engravers, custom trophy toppers. They have everything.
I'm sure they could make you a Kamen Rider belt if you wanted them to. You could ask them to. I don't know if they can. I can't confirm that, but maybe they could. But you can find that out by clicking our link in the description and going to TrophySmack.com.
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 In our link.
Using our link.
To go to TrophySmack.com.
Also, there's a loser section as well. I always forget to mention the loser section.
Yeah, you can buy a thing for your loser. I mean husband. I mean friend. I mean wife. I
Co-worker.
mean anyone that you have recently beaten in a thing. You can buy them a thing so that they can constantly be reminded of how they lost to you.
By clicking the link in our description and going to
TrophySmack.com.
On with the show, Jordan.
On with the show.
So,
this is it.
Today's show, everybody, is brought to you by the letters S,
F, and U.
F,
No.
S, N, and Y, which stands for nothing. I just made up some random letters. Stop being a sheep.
Ba.
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 Ba. All right, rapid fire.
Yeah, so today's show, we're doing, we've come back, as we often do in our two-part season openers. We've come back to Tokusatsu, one of my all-time favorite genre of
Nani?
television and movie. And the condition is you gotta watch it in Japanese. So this time, and it's gonna come back next time I think as well because I really liked it. Jordan gave me an option of 3. I don't remember what they were. And I picked, out of those 3, I picked Kamen Rider Faiz. And Jordan, he picked Kamen Rider Wizard. So we will be talking about them later. But leading up to that...
Transform!
Actually, Jordan, Shidabadibadaba Henshin. Shidabadibadaba Henshin. Flame, please!
Flame, please. Aqua! Aqua! Aqua!
And so just to start this off, it's important that we mention that we're going to pronounce a bunch of Japanese words and names, and it's going to be bad. Just prepare yourself for the cringe when I attempt to say a Japanese name, or when Jordan attempts to say a Japanese name. Neither of us can pronounce Japanese because we are in fact Canadian.
Nani?
That's an important disclaimer up top. So Jordan, with each of these, I think we're gonna reduce this a little bit, and we're gonna have you say what is the basic premise of the thing you're talking about. Who is the bad guy? Who is the good guy? And what is the good guy's gimmick, if it is a Kamen Rider or a Super Sentai series? Does that make sense?
Hi.
So, just as an example, utilizing Kamen Rider Wizard, Kamen Rider Wizard fights... What does Kamen Rider Wizard fight, Jordan? Remind me again.
He fights phantoms.
Kamen Rider Wizard fights phantoms, and what is his gimmick?
He uses magic rings, which lets him use magic.
Magic rings. And yeah, and then any more specific details you want to leave in at that point, you're welcome to. But those are kind of just so people have an image of what it is. Jordan, what is your first thing?
My first rapid fire.
Oh, and if it's connected to Power Rangers, feel free to mention the Power Rangers it's connected to.
Okay. My first rapid fire is called Ebira, Horror of the Deep. Ebira?
Oh, yes. Ebira.
Or in Japanese, Gojira Ebira Masura Nankai no Dai Keto.
Oh god, are you really gonna do that to yourself every time?
No. Only if it's there and I can easily read it. And so the villain of this one is Ebira, who is just like a crab monster.
Yup.
And the 2 heroes, quote unquote, would be Godzilla and Mothra.
Yes, and this one's bad. It's barely a Godzilla movie. He doesn't show up till I think the last. He doesn't even show up. Yeah, last 30 minutes, and he does, and it's just so he can do the one fight with the shrimp monster, and that's kind of it. To my recollection,
Justin, he's a crab. He's got claws.
I mean, his name is Ebra. He's technically a shrimp monster, and also shrimps also have claws. I believe Ebi in Japanese means shrimp.
I don't know. All I know is he looks like a lot. All I know is he looks like a crab to me.
But yes, to my knowledge, this was not a Godzilla movie, and they turned it into one in the late stages, or they bought the rights to it or something. But initially, it was just the lobster monster, or the shrimp monster.
Yeah, it sure comes across that way.
It was just him.
Because Godzilla. I mean, they mention him in the beginning, and that like he's asleep or something, and then there's the humans who steal a ship and then end up on an island. And then there's like a tribe of people that live on the island who I think worship Mothra. And there's the girl that they end up with.
Also, I'm pretty sure he's specifically a good guy in it.
Who?
Godzilla. I think he's specifically not a bad guy.
Yeah, I think he's supposed to be good. Like in as much of a way as Godzilla is ever good.
Because at the end of it, they just leave him there. They're just like, well, thanks, Godzilla. And he's like jumping up on the... they're like jump off the island, they're gonna blow it up, and he's like okay, and he does. Right, yeah, something like that. We're like, he'll be fine.
I think he like swims away or something like that.
Yeah, Godzilla, he'll be fine.
I have to be honest with these kaiju films, the plot doesn't really matter.
No, it's how is the fight, and the fight is not very good.
The fight is 2 people in rubber suits smashing their bodies in water against each other.
Yeah. And it looks kind of rough. You start to notice that it's a rubber suit when they get wet.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it is from 1966.
I mean, yeah, but still.
So looking at it through that lens, it's fine.
It is fine. It's definitely the worst one of those early Showa era, though. But to be fair, that's when when it
Well, I
starts to
mean,
get lazy.
it's like it's the seventh film,
Yeah,
so like
that's the one where he starts to become a Saturday morning cartoon character, and the kids love him, and he's no longer scary.
Yeah. All I know is that when I see the Godzilla suit in the water, all I can think is, my God, that cannot be comfortable.
No. There's certain ones of these movies where you can see pieces of it falling off if you pay attention. It's really funny.
So yeah, I don't have too much more to say about this one. Uh, it exists.
It exists. So, my first one is you know what? I'm gonna attempt this if they have the name, the full name. No, it doesn't. Dang it. It's Kaku Ranger. Ninja Sentai Kaku Ranger. Which, if you watch Power Rangers, or did watch Power Rangers, you would know as the Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers of Aquitar. And the very basic plot of this is 500 years ago, the ninja and the yokai, which is Japanese demons, were in a great war, and 4 ninjas sealed the yokai and all the evil yokai. So the evil main bad yokai and their energy, their powers essentially behind an evil door, and the descendants of the original ninjas, in this case the Red Ranger and I believe the Blue Ranger, get tricked into opening up the gate, and they let out all the yokai, and they recruit different people to join the team, and they fight the yokai. And what's kind of neat about the yokai is they're actual Japanese demons. So, like, the first monster they fight is the Kappa.
Oh yeah, the Kappa. That's
Yeah.
yeah. I know. I recognize that name.
And there's certain ones where it's like, oh hey, I know this from
think it's
other things.
Kappa. I think it's Kappa.
That's Kappa.
Anyways, so to ask your own questions, who are the heroes?
That'd be the Kaku Rangers. So they're
Oh,
ninjas.
and so who are the main enemies of the
That
series?
would be the yokai.
And what are the what do you call them? The Kaku Rangers?
Yeah, Kaku Rangers.
What are their powers? What is their theme? What is
They're
their
ninjas.
ninjas?
They're ninjas, yeah. And what's
They do ninjas a lot.
They
don't
love ninjas in Japan. Yeah, there's a lot ninjas and dinosaurs. There's a bunch of ninjas and dinosaurs. This is I think technically the first one, but I only watched 5 episodes of it, so I didn't get a real grip on it. The most kind of interesting thing about it is the yellow one. Well, number one, Power Rangers didn't really adapt this. Like I say, the Alien Rangers I think were in like 5 episodes, and that's kind of it. They didn't get their whole season. But Power Rangers borrowed the Zords from this. So the Shogun Zords from, and it's not my favorite Megazord other than the original. The original is always going to be my favorite kind of by default. But what's funny about this one is it's all of the Zords are their own individual robots that form into one big robot. So a couple of the fights are just like, in the Megazord fights are just these 5 robots all street kicking the one guy. It's like, this just doesn't seem fair. This doesn't really seem fair, like, at all. Like, at least the other ones who aren't the Red Rangers, at least they usually kind of suck, but they all are good. They're all there. Why would you merge into one? It doesn't make any sense. And the other off-putting thing is the Yellow Ranger speaks English randomly, and he's the only one. He's from America, specifically. He's from America, and he speaks English. And the gag is he doesn't speak Japanese well, and they make fun of his poor Japanese. It's really weird, and it's really off-putting. I don't know why. I cannot explain to you why it's off-putting, but it's off-putting.
Okay.
Jordan. Oh yeah. The final question is: would you finish this?
Would you finish this?
Probably not. Oh, that was the other thing that was interesting about this is the leader is technically not the Red Ranger. It's a girl, which is probably why
girl.
Yeah, the main leader of that team she's technically supposed to be the Pink Ranger, but she's white. She's a White Ranger, and she's the leader. She's the one in charge. I only watched 5 episodes, so I really get a good gauge on it. But yeah, no, probably not. We're gonna talk about old school Sentai, but especially Of the ones in the 90s, the one I would probably finish is Die Ranger, which I might watch more of next time because I quite like that one. The fighting was good and the music is good. But a lot of these are like at this point they're not really characters. Yeah, they're
formulaic and dry.
And the characters are not really all that engaging with me within the first 5 episodes. They really weren't doing anything for me. And the monsters, the problem with older Sentai is monster suits are expensive, so a lot of the bad guys are just humans in bad costumes who act badly. Like, they're trying to act big because they need to match the energy of a monster, but it comes across as cartoonish, and it's not engaging for me to watch humans act that way, act cartoony. It doesn't really... I have the same issue, similar issue with the older Kamen Riders, where it's like,
see, what's funny...
They're just humans in S&M.
What's funny is, as I was watching these, I kind of had not the opposite feeling, but like the humans weren't the ones that didn't do it for me, because you can see their face and you can see the expressiveness, and so it works better for me.
Well, to be fair, it depends on the era of this that we're talking about.
Yeah, and that's fair. That's a fair statement. But my thing, and I'll touch on this more when I get to mine talking about it, but some of the suits work better for me than others. Is what I will say.
I know where you're going with this, and I completely agree with you. I'm the exact I there's a movie I'm going to talk about later where, like, I don't know how to articulate it. When the suits have really floppy bits, and that you can tell that it's just rubber or cloth, and it's supposed to be metal, it pulls me right out of it. Like, just right out of it.
Yeah, when I get to the specific characters that I'm talking about,
I do kind of know what you're saying. I get where you're going. Where it's like, yeah, he's kind of, but that's usually why there's usually a second transformation where they slim up so they can do more believable fights.
Yeah, or they try to seem more threatening or something. Yeah. Do you have any final thoughts on that one?
That's pretty much it for Kaku Ranger. I don't know that I might come back to this one day because I'm fascinated by the one who speaks English. Surely there's a Yellow Ranger episode, and I need to know how he works in that show. That's the only reason that I would maybe consider going back to it, because I was just so fascinated.
I want to break up some of the kaiju stuff, so we're going to talk about Kamen Rider Ryuki next.
Oh, see, the notable thing about Ryuki is that they did try to adapt that to America. We're constantly like, how come they've never tried to do Kamen Rider in America? And I think I kind of discovered why, because this franchise has a tone problem. But this was the one time one of 2 times they tried, and when it came here, it was called Kamen Rider Dragon Knight. And I think
what's interesting about this one too is it was apparently a joint collaboration between Ishimori Productions and Toei.
Really interesting.
According to this, yeah.
This one is one of those ones where it's there's too many riders and it gets to be too much. I can't stand it when there's like 5 or 6 of them and they kind of become interchangeable.
I'm gonna try and because I only watched 5 episodes of this one. I'm gonna try to answer what I know. So the good guys are the Kamen Riders, but there's like 13 of them, and as I understand, well, I don't know, Wikipedia says 13, so I'm gonna just trust that.
You probably haven't seen all of them yet, but yeah.
I've seen like 2, and they looked identical. But what this show kind of sets up is that the Kamen Riders aren't all friends. Like, they're not all the same size, so like they have to fight each other. But then there's also like the monsters that are inside the mirror world who like want to come out into our world and hurt people, or they kidnap people or drag them into the mirror world. And like, if you're in the mirror world for too long, even as a Kamen Rider, you start to like fade away and die.
Yeah, to my knowledge, the concept of it is that it's a tournament, like they're fighting each other over to become like the king of something.
Okay.
Yeah, or something to that effect.
I didn't get that from what I saw, but I'm sure maybe as it goes on, that's revealed.
I think that's a thing. Yeah, there's the initial mystery of it is why are they all fighting each other, and I think to be fair, I've never watched it. I own it on DVD somewhere, but I've never watched it.
It says it says first the series debuted an animal, knights, cards, and battle royale motif.
Yeah,
So yeah, I'm gonna guess it's battle royale.
yeah. Pretty sure it's
Um,
battle. It's a battle
and
royale
yeah, you're
thing.
right. It was adapted into Kamen Rider Dragon Knight.
Yep, and I couldn't get into it because how they transform. I watched I think the 3 or 4 episodes of it when I first really got into Kamen Rider, and the thing that drove me crazy about it was how they transformed by saying Kamen Rider. To me, that was like the Power Rangers transforming by saying Power Rangers. It was like just have them say Henshin. It
Or,
sounds fine in English. It sounds like a
yeah.
suitable, perfectly viable transformation word, and I know that because there's a character who says it in English later, and it's fine. It's fine. It works. It's fine.
Um,
It sounds infinitely less ridiculous, but I think it's a similar. I think it's very similar in plot where they're all fighting each other over something.
yeah,
I can't remember what.
so to answer your final question, I just don't know that I'm gonna finish this one. It just wasn't really doing it for me.
I've watched like 3 episodes of it, and it didn't. It's on that cusp of just like, but also post Fies, I'm kind of into the older ones. So like,
Yeah,
I would
maybe,
consider it. My thing is, yeah, I don't. It's the same reason
maybe.
why I've never finished X8. I can't stand seasons where there's like 6 or 7. More than 2, 3 is the absolute most I'll put up with. Like that I care for. Like I don't like seasons with like
Yeah,
six
my
or
thing
seven
with
riders because they become interchangeable at a point.
well, for me too, it's like, and that was my one thing with Wizard. It kind of suffers from this problem as the show goes on, where it's like Common Rider, as I understand it, with my following and having done what we've done for this, Common Rider is really supposed to be like one, maybe two
Yeah,
riders.
yeah. That's how. To be
That
fair, a lot
that's
of people's favorite seasons though, like
that's what makes it different from Sentai. If it's a team of them,
yeah.
it's just Sentai.
Right. I mean,
Like,
it's kind of fun when you get like, I call it a third act twist, but like in terms of these shows, like your later in the season twist, where you introduce a third one later on. But
yeah,
like for the
okay,
bulk of it,
maybe.
it should be, in my opinion, it's at its best when it's 2. Like that's the most
Yeah.
balanced because yeah, I think I kind of realized when I was watching Go Go 5 was like yeah, there's 5-on-1, and it makes it kind of less. I'm sorry, you can't win unless it's 5-on-1. Like it kind of takes a lot of
Yeah. For
I'm
me
kind of
again, it
discovering I
kind of
like Kamen Rider more because there's more stakes to it. I find.
well, it's just yeah, for me it's just I like it because it's different, right? Like if you have it where it's a team full of people, then it just becomes Power Rangers
Pretty
or
much, yeah,
Sentai.
yeah.
And part of why I like when um and this is an interesting thing that I never really thought of until this exact moment, but I think part of why I like Sentai, not or Kamen Rider rather, not necessarily more, but in a different way.
It's more mature.
Um,
It's got more
it
mature
not
storytelling.
even not even just that, which yes, it does. Sentai is definitely more, with the exception of a few,
The monster shows
is
up. They
more
all they
formulaic of the
all
week.
curb stomp it, and then they
Um,
yeah yeah.
but but no, part of what I think make Kamen Rider work better for me, um, and yeah, so it they feel more like superheroes
Yes.
because they have their man in the chair.
Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah.
Like because they have and it's funny because as I'm thinking of it now, it I don't know, I don't think you ever really played with it or played it, so you might not get this comparison. But the having the team of people with you who aren't necessarily part of it makes me think of Persona.
Yeah, a
Like
little bit, yeah.
it Kamen Rider very much makes me think of Persona
I
in a
also
lot of
discovered,
ways.
and I didn't watch this, but I've discovered when the bad guys in Kamen Rider are just, or in Super Sentai, are just monsters, they're not really nearly as interesting or compelling as the seasons where it's
Yeah.
I mean, you watched Forze, but like in Forze, where the bad guys are also humans. Like they're,
Yeah.
and so that's why I'm really interested. I'm gonna push.
Um
There's a couple I'm gonna push for next time for you to watch, where it's humans who turn into
or
monsters that are way more interesting.
yeah, or and that's where I say certain Sentai ones, it does get to be more interesting. Like a couple of mine get to be more interesting when the bad guys aren't just, oh, I'm a caricatured monster.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Like
exactly. I had the same thing with Go Go 5 where I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember these guys from Power Rangers and they're just not that interesting. But like the Orphanok from Fives are super interesting because there's actual layers to them. That it's the same thing with the Phantoms where like yeah, or in whereas
and that's where
the ones where
I'm
it's like oh
gonna
the bad guys just because they're a monster doesn't necessarily mean they're bad guys. Like
yeah.
that makes them more interesting than just yeah he's Goldar and yeah I get what you're saying.
Or like where there's like a thing that make like so one of my bad guys in Wizard, it's like, yeah, he is a bad guy. Like he's a bad guy. He
Yeah,
was
but
always
he's
a
a
bad guy.
compelling bad
But
guy.
it's yeah, he's
Yeah,
a likable or an interesting or an
yeah.
engaging, whatever word you want to use. Um,
But you didn't find the
but
mystery compelling enough in let's get back on
in
that.
Ryuki, not within the first 5 episodes.
Yeah, I again I own that on DVD and I just couldn't get into it. It just was not doing it for me. So that
Not
doesn't
again,
surprise me.
not in the first 5 episodes
No.
anyway.
But a lot of these it does take like 10, usually by the first status quo change. I'm like, okay, this is where I'm starting to feel it. Usually it's by the time they've introduced the second rider. Like if they introduce the second rider really early, it's like, ooh, okay, this is going to be kind of a drawn out thing.
Yeah. For me, it depends. It depends on a number of things. It depends on whether I like the when it comes to Kamen Rider, whether I like the main guy right away, or if I like the people around him enough, I can get past the fact that I don't necessarily like the
Yeah.
main guy right away.
Also,
It depends on the
Kamen
characters.
Rider usually has an audience insert character, so like either a boy or a girl that is just normal that they team up with, or both in some cases. So like your wizard, this one I don't know if it has one, but like it's always like a girl who is sassy, or like a boy who is hopeless, and they allow you to experience the wild shit. Whereas with Sentai, it's always like they always are mostly in the know, and they always immediately know what they're doing, so they just never seem to struggle as much in those shows
Yeah.
because they can't.
That's where it's like,
But
yeah, I think the best way I would articulate it is in Sentai they're cartoon characters,
yes,
in Kamen Rider they're people.
I think so. Yeah, I would agree. Jordan, is that it?
Kamen Rider Ryuki.
So okay, so that's so funny that all of that leads beautifully. In fact, I might leave it in on my eventual Kamen Rider video I make of this, where we go Kamen Rider where it all began. Maybe we'll see, because I went back and I watched the very first Kamen Rider, the oldest Kamen Rider you could, the very first one, and
Kamen Rider.
what's so interesting about it is it gave me this newfound appreciation for this franchise. And I'm gonna answer all the questions up front. Number one, no, I don't know that I would ever finish this, because incredibly, it's I think maybe the longest one at 98 episodes.
I thought you were gonna say it's gratuitously violent for the 60s.
No, no, it's really silly. It's really silly in ways I'm gonna get into. But it's 98 episodes long. It's like the 50 episodes is long enough. I don't know that I could do 98
Holy
episodes.
hell.
I know. And that it's just
That's
really
like
old. It's really
that's
old.
like a lot, man.
Yeah, that's like a lot. It took me 2 weeks to get through the 50.
Yeah.
And even then I barely made it. I was
Took
watching
me-
him up until yesterday.
Took me until like 6:30 last night.
2:30 yesterday, and I think I took an extra week than you did. It took me a while. And yeah, I just don't think I could. But what's interesting about this is just how many things have gotten lost in that franchise over the years. Stuff like the fact that he rides a motorcycle. Like, all of the characters, all of the Kamen Riders all ride a motorcycle because they all ride a motorcycle. There's never really any explanation given specifically. But in the original, that's part of how he transforms. Like, and the belt, like, now the belt is such a feature. Like, you use the things with the belt, you know, and you use the rings, or you use the phone with the belt, and yeah. But the belt was only kind of one part of the original transformation. The belt has a turbine in it. And the whole thing with Kamen Rider in its original incarnation is he was a robot. He was a cyborg. He was part cyborg, part mutant. That was the whole thing. So the belt had a turbine in it that activated the nuclear generator in it that activated his powers and gave him the costume. And that was created by momentum. So that's what the motorcycle is for. So a lot of his transformations are he's riding the motorcycle and he turns into the Kamen Rider. And he's also a professional motorcycle driver. He's part of his cover is he's part of a motorcycle driving team. That's the whole thing. Yeah. And so in an earlier episode, you asked, what's the deal with the... Whoa! That also serves a purpose. And what was interesting is I always thought that the first Kamen Rider was just one Kamen Rider. Like, I didn't realize that the concept of the second rider came in the original series, but it does. So in episode 14... It was
always there.
The problem with behind-the-scenes stuff with these shows is it's usually in Japanese and hard to figure out or to find, unless you read really poorly formatted Wikipedia articles. But the original guy got into a motorcycle accident. I couldn't figure out if it was like while making the show or independently in his personal time, but he got into a motorcycle accident and he had to be written off the show. And he was written off the show in like the most 1970s way you possibly could, which is you don't show him leaving and he's just gone. So like they have an episode where he's not in the beginning of it. There's another guy who's in the suit. He's fighting a guy. And then midway, a new guy shows up. And he's like, yeah, I'm here to replace Hongo. That's the guy's name. I'm here to replace Hongo. He went to travel the world to fight Shocker all across the world. Oh, and he took this character with him. So she's also not here now. And
But I'm here.
But I'm here. And he's the one who started saying Henshin. So the idea of saying Henshin to transform, that doesn't come in until the second Kamen Rider. And he's the one who does the hand motions because that's how he creates the momentum to activate his belt, is the hand motions. So that's why he does the hand motions.
I gotcha.
Right? And what's really funny is...
So what you're saying is we should blame that guy.
That guy is the reason for the silly hand gestures, yeah. And the other thing that was really funny is how it became really, well, at least to me, really apparent that as the show has gone on, a real focus has been put on the fight sequences. Like, making sure that the fights look good and are entertaining and are fun to watch and are well choreographed. Like, just like, in most of the modern versions of this show, the fights are always the best part. Like, always.
Yeah.
Not so much in the original Kamen Rider. They're really funny because clearly no thought has been put to them. At least in appearance. Maybe they have been, and maybe there's going to be a hardcore Kamen Rider fan who gets in my grill about this. But he just kind of flails his arms about and like hits guys and smacks them away and like does random kicks, and there's no appearance of any thought of to the actual fights themselves. It's just kind of, and like so much of it, and a lot of old school tokusatsu shows like that are like this, where the pacing is really bad. So a lot of it is like, a lot of the fights are just characters do flips that go, I'm sure you noticed that when you watch Jew Ranger, where characters just do flips, and the flips take like 2 to 3 minutes at a time, and they do them a bunch, and the camera work is so shaky, you can see probably like half of the fight. It's like that, where like there's no, like the thing about like the newer stuff is it's all straight, it's all easy to see, it's all like, again, it's all well made and all well done. This is like, I appreciate it for its contribution to like science fiction television. I appreciate its contribution to what eventually became Power Rangers. But yeah, it's very much a show from the 1970s. Like the bad, like the costumes. Like my favorite part of the show is always the costumes.
Oh, I mean,
the costumes are not very good. Like half of them.
It's the equivalent of like if you're a Doctor Who fan and you went and watched the Tales of the First Doctor.
Yeah, it's like, and
it's gonna be quaint by comparison.
I enjoyed these fights, but they just were not as good as some of the newer ones. Where it's like, man, these are genuinely good, like martial arts fights. Like these are genuinely well choreographed and genuinely well made. And I don't think this show gets enough credit in this genre. But this was like, I appreciate this for what this is. I don't know. Oh, I didn't say the plot. I got to so much of the nitty gritty of it. I forgot to say the plot. So the original plot of Kamen Rider is there's an evil especially in the 70s and 80s, it's always the same plot. But there's an evil organization. In this case, it's called Shocker.
Shocker.
is made up of various former Nazis who have come together and decided that they still want to take over the world. And
Well, that's a real shocker.
and they're really, I think you saw, you watched a movie with them in it, right? I think. Did you watch one of the crossover movies, or did I watch that?
Not this time.
No, not this time, but one of the last times.
Last time, I think I watched one of the space ones.
Oh, maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't watch Superhero Tyson, and I did. But anyway, you would know them because they go Dee! And they wear like black jumpsuits, and like if you knew what Shocker. But yeah, the Shocker costumes are all bad. Like a lot of old school Sentai, it's just like a lot of them are just guys in leather, like just people in leather, and the acting isn't. But so Shocker kidnaps people and turns them into robots, or they say cyborg slash mutant. And his whole they are all Shocker has various generals, and that's the monsters. And they back then, just like Sentai, had minions that they would summon. So then each of the generals would, so like there's a bat, and they're all animals. So like the first one, the second episode, they fight a bat guy. So Kamen Rider is a grasshopper. That's why you know how a lot of the costumes look like a bug? You watch Zio. You know in Zio he's a grasshopper?
Yeah.
That's why.
Oh.
Yeah, because he was originally a grasshopper. That was his whole thing.
I getcha.
Yeah.
So we need to squish him like the rest.
And yeah, and just like the modern show, he's got a girl sidekick who gives him the business. He works. I think he works. He's got like an idiot friend sidekick. Like a lot of the tropes that persist in this franchise to this day begin in this show, and it's really fascinating. Yeah, to see how like a lot of modern Kamen Rider, he doesn't even have a bike. But then the whole bit is he's wearing a biker helmet. That's why the character looks the way he does, is because it's a biker helmet. Like
that makes a lot of sense.
Right, yeah. But yeah, that's the original Kamen Rider. It was real interesting to go back to. To be fair, I may revisit this again to rewatch some of it for another episode. Maybe we'll see. If there is demand for it, I will. That's what I will say. Oh, I forgot. No, we shouted him out already. You got your shout out. Username whose name I don't remember, even though I said it earlier in the episode.
That one dude
who requested all of this. I will tag you so I don't have to remember your name when this eventually becomes a video. Because he specifically requested. It said Kamen Rider 77. I'm assuming that it was this.
Yeah, I think he also requested Ryuki, which is why I picked that one.
Yep, and he requested Kaku Ranger, which is why I picked that. And he requested Go-Go 5, which is why I picked that. He wanted older stuff. So we're going to be going back to older stuff later. So,
unless you have anything else to say about...
Oh, this is where I'm going to ask the question, and I'm going to keep coming back to this question. I'm going to introduce it here. And I'm going to let you percolate on it, and every time we talk about a new Kamen Rider, I'm going to ask this question again. Is Kamen Rider for children? Don't answer it now. Keep that question in the back of your head. We will continue pressing forward. Because, based upon this show, I can't say that it is. Or was, at that point, a kid's show. Go on.
Before I go on, I think it depends on what we qualify as kids. I think that's an important
According to Google, its target demographic is 8 to 9 year olds. I looked this up once. So keep that in mind.
Okay.
Keep that in mind.
Interesting. Okay, so when I think of Japanese monster movie, usually I think of big lizard man Godzilla.
Natural, yeah.
However,
the big G.
There is another big G.
That was unintentional.
There is another big G. And his name is Gamera.
Gamera. Gamera.
And
they do not get along, but have never fought.
I watched Gamera, Guardian of the Universe, or Gamera Daikaiju Kushu Kessen.
Next time I'm gonna have to watch a Gamera. I've literally never seen a Gamera. ever.
This was my first time watching a Gamera as well. And
He is really popular in Japan. I don't think he's ever. Someone's gonna tell me. Jake is probably gonna tell me I'm wrong because he's the only guy who knows about this crap as much as I do. No, it's not crap. This stuff as much as I do.
These things.
These things. He's the only one who knows about this stuff as much as I do. But I don't think Gamera has ever come to America. In any form. But he is crazy. He's almost as probably is as popular as Godzilla in Japan. I think they did a reboot.
And yet they've never fought.
I can't believe they haven't done a Shin, because they've done Shin Godzilla, they've done Shin Kamen Rider, and they've done Shin Ultraman. I cannot believe he has not done a Shin Gamera. Like, I cannot believe that.
I mean, who?
The guy who makes the Shin movies.
Yeah, I mean, probably because it's not Toei.
Those aren't either, though. Ultraman isn't Toei, I don't think. Ultraman is... Wait, let's
I'm pretty sure
Ultraman is Tsuburaya. Hold on.
Anyways, while you're looking that up, so the bad guy in this one is like a pterodactyl monster who I don't know who he is. Let's see if it has its name here.
Yeah. No. Ultraman is not Toei. It's Tsuburaya, different company.
Fair enough. It is the monster is.
I'm sure he's probably an iconic Gamera character that everyone's screaming at their screen right now. They're like, I know who he is!
He's a giant bird type thing, and it is not going to tell me its name very easily.
But the difference between Godzilla, beyond the fact that... Oh yeah, I guess if you don't know who Gamera is, we keep saying his name.
Gyaos? Gyaos.
Gauss? It's probably Gauss. It's Japanese. It's probably
They're
Gauss.
a type of... That's what the type of monster is.
Japanese pronunciation is weird. It's weird. We're gonna talk about Japanese pronunciation.
But
he's a turtle.
But
just in case
Gamera is a big turtle.
He's a big turtle.
He's a big Godzilla turtle.
Big Godzilla turtle, and he is explicitly what, Jordan?
He is a hero.
He's a good. He's very explicitly a good guy.
He protects children specifically.
He's probably more amalgamous to Mothra. He's probably more similar to Mothra than he is Godzilla in terms of like.
In terms of structure.
Well, just in terms of what his character is, and his like Mothra is a good guy. Is a good girl, I guess.
Good creature.
Yeah, Gamera is very specifically a hero. That's his deal. Yeah.
Whereas Godzilla is more typically known to be just a force who sometimes comes to aid, but usually he's just a force.
Well, initially Godzilla was explicitly a villain, but
sure, but I'm talking as
subsequently. Yeah, you're not wrong. No, Gamera.
This was the
never been evil. He's a good guy. That's his whole deal.
This was the 9th Gamera movie.
Oh, interesting.
That I watched.
What year was this?
This was 95.
95 and what? Sorry, which one did you say it was? Eighth? You
said?
It was
9th.
9th, and it's 1995.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Interesting. So Godzilla put out way more movies then. Because Godzilla was on its 9th.
Yeah, we'd have to Google to actually compare the two, but
he's an enduring character. He is still very much around.
Yeah, but in terms of structure of a movie, it really did just feel like Turtle Godzilla because it's largely the same kind of thing where you have the human characters, they're doing a thing that doesn't really matter. And then the turtle shows up to fight against
you're like, oh my god, when's the turtle gonna show up?
Bird monster thing, Gauss, whatever it is.
If it's anything like a Godzilla movie, you're like, when's the turtle gonna show up? Just sitting there waiting for the turtle to show up, and then the turtle doesn't show up, and you're like, oh my god, when will the turtle? And then the turtle does show up, and you're satisfied, and you forgot about all the moments that the turtle wasn't there.
And the turtle can fly, and he's super strong, and yeah, it was fun. I'd watch more Gamera stuff.
Is he CGI or is he actually a guy in a suit?
I don't remember.
Interesting. I feel like he probably would if he was. I'm guessing he must be, because again, having never seen, I'm gonna have to go back and watch like an original Gamera, because I'm just like, I've seen footage of him where he like spins around as a shell, but I don't know that I've ever.
He does that in this.
Yeah, but I'm like, is he a guy in a suit? Because the thing about Shin Godzilla is he still winds up being a guy in a suit at a certain point. I think in Godzilla -1 he's entirely CGI in that movie, but
Apparently, I think that's the Die Life film. They were gonna do Majin, but then revived Gamera instead.
interesting. Barry,
I don't know who Dai Majin is,
interesting.
but
Um,
I'm just trying to see if it says here whether it was a guy in a suit, but I'm not seeing anything. So I'm just gonna say yes, it was a guy in a suit, and someone in the comment section can yell at me and be like, "No, it was definitely CGI.
uh,
What are you talking about?"
I will. I'm not set on my videos for this week, but if this is a video, I'll probably put clips from the movie and I'll know by that point. And then hard cut to me or voiceover of me being like, it was a guy in a suit.
It was a guy in a suit, Jordan, you idiot. How did you not immediately know the answer to this? And the answer to
Uh,
that, future Justin, is I watched a lot of things this week, and
Shut up.
at a certain point, all the suits, all the people in suits blend together.
No. 1995, there's a chance it was probably still a guy in a suit. But no, there's a chance it was probably some bad Japanese CGI. I could believe it.
But yeah, that's Gamera,
I'm being
Guardian
mean,
of the Universe.
but I'm just saying some of the CGI in some of these movies is not. Anyway, my next one. So okay, yeah. So I just really went hog wild on just Kamen Riders. I've always wanted to watch, and so I think this was a revival kind of sort of. They wanted to really reboot the franchising and like give it more of an edge. So this is Kamen Rider Black. And this is same setup.
So the first immediate question, Justin, is you have now gone Kamen Rider Black. Will you be going Kamen Rider back?
I will. I will be going
Because
Kamen Rider
they
back.
do say that once you go Kamen Rider Black, you will not go back.
Right. Yeah. Actually, it's funny. It's funny because there is I would like to watch it on Amazon Prime. I'm curious. There is a remake. There is a remake of this called Kamen Rider Black Sun. That's where the name comes. So the premise of this is same deal as Kamen Rider. There's an evil organization.
I don't even feel bad.
Nor should you. So yeah. So the setup for this is he is once again kidnapped by an evil organization called. Hold on, I really should have had this prepared. Called.
Yes, you should have. This is embarrassing for you. You should be ashamed of yourself.
The Cult of the Gorgum is what it is. And on his 19th birthday, the main guy and his brother are kidnapped, and the show kind of just throws you into it. He's being chased by these weird pasty ghoul looking people, and he gets turned into a monster who then becomes Kamen Rider Black. And he's one early on in the show. They didn't have a belt that they put on. The belt would just appear, and then they turn into whatever comic. So he's one of those guys. It's very much the 1980s. So he's wearing washed jeans and a black tank top, and it's got the kind of 1980s New York grunge to it, where it very much looks like it's a show from the 1980s.
Is that a bad thing?
Depends on if you like stuff from the 1980s, I suppose. I not inherently. It's a tad old. The suit, the fights are a little better. There's a little more of an edge to it. Again, I only watched 6 episodes, so it wasn't really enough to really get a good vibe for it. But it's still kind of too old for me. Where I know there's a direct sequel to this called Kamen Rider Black RX.
Wait, something from the 80s is too old from you? Aren't you almost in the 80s? You were almost born in the 80s. How can you be so against the 80s?
But yeah, no, he's called Black Sun. The evil organization calls him Black Sun. And yeah, the fights are a bit better and more organized in this than they were in the original Kamen Rider, but it's still kind of kind of hokey.
Black Sun. So do you think his dad went to him and was like, "Son, you're Black Sun"?
No, sun is in the sky, sun.
I see.
Because the whole deal is that they get their powers on the what's the word?
Solstice?
Yeah, the eclipse or whatever. And yeah, they will become the leaders of them and lead them into like this new world or whatever. They're vaguely evil. There's no nuance to this one. They're called the Century Kings is what they're called. And
Okay.
again, I did not watch enough of this. I do kind of want to watch the remake because it didn't look like it had that many episodes, and I think it's another case of I think it's also really violent. Because I think this continues the question of is Kamen Rider for kids, because this show is kind of violent. Like it's kind of violent and it's kind of scary. Like one of the monsters, like he like peels his face off and he turns into the monster. It's really gross and kind of scary. And yeah, I've heard that the remake of this is kind of violent. So I'm kind of interested in it. And there's another remake of Kamen Rider Amazon, which is also apparently really violent. So
my answer to your question, or do you want to wait till the end?
I think we're gonna keep pondering it for now because
I do have thoughts and I do have opinions.
I think maybe perhaps it didn't start. These are my early thoughts. If you want to do preliminary, we'll do a preliminary.
Preliminary thoughts. Yes, I do think it is for children. I think it's for Japanese children who are a vastly, and I have things that I'm gonna cite too.
Yeah,
but
vastly different from American children.
They are very different from not even just North American children, even Canadian children. Like they're a very different animal than we are.
My response to that would be, my preliminary thoughts would be, I don't think it started off as, because now I think it is. I think it's a children's show that is a vehicle to sell toys. I don't think it started off that way. I think it was genuinely an adult drama for adults, that and our idea of camp is different to the Japanese, so they was very serious and very serious minded. I think it was that, and I think it became for children. Or although maybe the argument could be made that it is capable of being both. I don't know, but those are my preliminary thoughts. I want to get into the more child friendly Kamen Riders before we definitively answer that question. But I think that was me, right? That was me?
Yeah, you were talking.
I know I was that was my thing, right? We got away from the thing. Oh yeah, Kamen Rider Black.
You were talking about Kamen Rider Black.
That's Kamen Rider Black, because I asked me the question of, is this for kids? I just kept asking myself that question all week. That's Kamen Rider Black. Would I go back to it? Maybe. Solid maybe. I would consider it. Not a firm no.
Words are difficult. Talking about a thing that is definitely kid friendly. I watched Denji Sentai Mega Ranger.
Yeah, that one's pretty family friendly.
That was pretty family friendly. Mega Ranger.
Not about space. Everyone.
No.
It's about video games.
For those who don't know, Denji Sentai Mega Ranger is the Sentai version of what would become Power Rangers in space.
Yes, it is.
And what's funny is the theming on this one is definitely not specifically space, but
Well, it's the idea is they go
pardon
into
me. But like it does marry with space. I can see why the North American version would take this and turn it into space.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Because
very
there's a lot of space theming in this, but it's also what I find with these Sentais, like with Sentais in particular, is they usually they like to merge two different themes.
They have a gimmick and they have a theme. There are two different things.
Yeah. So Hurricane Ranger, for example, is both nature and elemental.
Yes.
This is both
ninja and elemental as well, is how I would put it as well.
That's what I said.
So this is video games and
video games and space. Yeah. And so North America just cut out the video game portion.
Pretty much. Well, because they already had their. Well, I'm guessing they saw the space stuff and they were like, "Oh, let's take the characters to space." This is like. If I recall, it's like the Red Ranger is like a top player in this video game. Well, no, I think what it is the character. It's more
all the
like,
characters. The things that they turn into are characters from the video games.
Right, but the video game is like it's kind of like. Oh my god, I was gonna say The Last Starfighter, but an Ender's Game, where it's like, oh, it's they think it's a video game, but it turns out it's real.
No, it was a video game. It's just the defense people basically made this like they so like what it looks like is like in the first episode they get warped into the video game and then they come out of the video game into the real world. So yeah, I guess kind of like an Ender's Game where it's like they're wearing the costume in the game and then they come out into the real world and they have the powers.
Yeah,
Um,
that was, Ender's Game was. It's more the Last Starfighter, where it's like, I'm sorry,
I don't know what that
it's
I don't know
basically
what
it's
that
where it's like
is.
you get really the guy's really good at the video game, and he thinks it's just a video game, and then, you remember Future
Yeah,
Man.
so
Future Man's another one.
yeah, that's a better example,
Yeah,
I think. Because basically, yeah, the
well,
main
that's an
guy,
example you would get, but yeah,
the Red Ranger,
yeah,
Kenta, um, he is basically it's an arcade game,
yeah,
is what it is, called Mega Ranger.
yes. He's like a
And
top player in it. That's why he's the Red Ranger.
he's the champion. He's the ultimate champion. And then the other Rangers are part of the Cybernetics Club. So they're all techno nerds like him, but they're not specifically video game players like him.
Yeah,
Which is why each of their suits has like a specific power, and then his power is computer. So he has like basically like the jack of all trade, like his power is all the powers kind of
yeah.
thing. Um,
He
and
had
I only
all of the
watched
powers.
I only watched 5 episodes. But
Would you finish it?
I think this one was the one where the bad guys are space pirates.
Is it? Is that it?
I think that was this one.
Oh, that's interesting. That makes sense.
I don't
I don't remember what
I
the bad
don't
guys are in Power Rangers. Well, in the Power Rangers in space, it's the collective of all the different bad guys. But I
I
can't
don't actually
remember.
remember.
I can't remember what they're. Usually, you can tell by what the minions are. That's what the
Or they were from the No, I think no, not I think the space or the pirates were from the next one. No, I think these ones were they were these ones are the bad guy like
Oh no, I think it's the bad guy from Power Rangers who's the final bad or who's the main bad guy in this is Ecliptor. He's the guy who he's got like the he looks like a wireframe guy with the green whatever. Pretty sure that's his name is Ecliptor. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the main bad guy of this. Power Rangers, he gets reduced to like a sidekick.
I don't specifically remember, and this page is not super helpful.
Nope. It's always a useless
Um,
Wikipedia.
but I think they were computer like oh here we are, Electric Kingdom Neziraja. Neziraja is the invaders from another dimension.
Ah.
They're ruled by an entity called Javius.
I'm pretty sure it's like what would become a Ecliptor. And
I can't specifically say that. I know that in this he's evil Electro King Javius the First. But yeah, this one's fine.
it's fine.
Would I finish it? For this show, maybe. Maybe. My thing with Sentai, with only a few exceptions, is they're all very formulaic.
Yeah, I know they're hard to sit there. You're like, oh
And
my
so
god!
they're
By episode 20, you're like, I get it.
by episode 4, I was like, I really don't want to watch another one.
Although I was really getting into Go Go 5, we'll get to it, but I was getting into
That's why I say
depends on
there are a few exceptions. Like I like Time Ranger.
yeah.
I
Time
like
Ranger's
I
pretty
like
good.
I like the English version more. But I like Time Ranger, and that is one that I would finish.
Yeah.
But this one, eh, maybe. I don't have much more to say about this one though. Heroes are the Mega Rangers. Bad guys are the space or the other dimension people that I mentioned.
Yeah.
And their powers are computer video game powers.
Video game powers.
And
All
would I
right.
finish it? Maybe.
So my next one, yeah, again, I really wanted to, for whatever reason, really went on Kamen Rider this time. I think I mean, to be fair, a lot of these were recommendations, and then I just kind of filled in. But my era of this show that I've discovered is my favorite is the Heisei era, which is where a lot of stuff I saw comes from. So the very first show of the Heisei era is Kamen Rider Kuga. And he's still kind of, he's still, the thing about the Heisei era riders is they introduced, that's where you get the concept of having different forms. So the fact that they can transform or do, like, to have different weapons or whatever that make them look different, that comes from him. And this show also, I don't know if you remember, I referenced how moms like that show, or like Kamen Rider. Older Japanese women or whatever, they really like it. Well, this is the show that originated that term, called the I'm going to butcher this pronunciation, but the Odagiri effect, in which a program attracts a larger than expected number of female viewers because the program stars an attractive male actor or characters. It is named after the Japanese actor Joe Odagiri, who starred in the 2000 show Tokusatsu show Kamen Rider Kuga. The effect is now deployed deliberately in some shows and commonly used in sports-themed and idol-themed anime. Interesting. That's very interesting.
Well, all right then.
Which makes sense because, yeah, Kamen Rider 5 in particular, it's got so many pretty Japanese boys. But, so that's why in a lot of the modern seasons you get those really heavily dramatic episodes because of this. And so this is Kamen Rider Kuga. The bad guys are the Gorongi tribe, and they terrorize the Linto tribe, who are the descendants of which are just regular humans, and they were defeated by the power of Kuga and his whole gimmick. I didn't watch enough of this to really get it because they hadn't really introduced it by that point, but he can turn anything he touches into a weapon. So, like, in Decade, you see, like, if he touches a gun, it turns into, like, kind of like a crossbow kind of dealio. And this one kind of does it's a shame because it would be a cool effect in a modern show, but where, like, he does the henshin, and then as he's fighting, he's, like, pieces of the armor, like, appear on him. But because it's, like, the early 2000, or it's the year 2000 Japan, the CGI looks really bad. But, like, the concept is really cool. He's also got a really basic, he still kind of looks like a bug, kind of basic design. All he really does to transform is he just puts his hand on his belt and he goes henshin. Oh, that was the other bit I was going to mention. In episode 4, which is about where I stopped watching, there's an excruciatingly long motorcycle fight chase sequence where he chases after this monster for an agonizingly long time. I'm almost tempted to put the entire friggin' chase sequence, but it goes on for at least 2 to 3 minutes, I swear, where he chases her up the stairs, across a thing, like starts fighting her, all while never leaving the motorcycle. So at one point he's like hopping up the stairs, and it just goes on forever. And it's like, okay, yeah, this was entertaining for the first like 30 seconds, and yeah, this stuntman is very good on this motorcycle, but it just kept, like, at one point he's literally like bashing her with the motorcycle and like doing hops around it, and it's like, oh my god, this is going on forever. The pacing is horrendous. And that's just some of the fights are okay. Like, it's, again, still in that sort of cusp of the fights, them actually putting the effort into the fights where, like, yeah, it's, the suit looks okay. It has that, like, it's a little loose. So when he moves, it, like, moves up and down and it kind of looks rough. What else about Kuga? Kuga, honestly, the final question, would I finish this? Maybe. I might watch.
Perhaps.
I would maybe watch more of this. Yes, to get more of a feel for it, to know if I like it or not. I wasn't. I did. It's my favorite. I've discovered my favorite kind of Kamen Rider protagonist is the idealist, because there's really two breeds of Kamen Rider protagonist. There's the stoic, I'm mysterious and aloof badass, which is what you got.
I think mine's sort of a mix of the two, actually.
Yeah, he starts off though. I will give you hope.
I will be your hope for you.
And then you get the idealist, goofy, not
He
serious.
definitely wasn't that.
Yeah, like in your case, one of the ones you've seen, Gentaro from Forza, like or
Yeah, the
Edgy,
space guy.
the space guy. I might give you as one of your options for next time O's, because Edgy is like that, where he's like, I'm here to save everyone's hopes and dreams, and I love everyone, and I want to be everyone's friend, like that kind of. That's my
That's
favorite
where
kind of.
yeah, that's where I say my guy this time was kind of a cross between the two, where it's like, yeah, he's more on the serious guy. The sandwich or the mayonnaise guy was the goofy
Yeah,
guy.
he's the goofy,
Um,
and
but
secondary
but
writers come
but
that
he's
way too.
also but my guy also is like, I will be your hope for you. Like
Yeah,
I will be the one. So
the
he's sort of a mix of the two.
I would characterize him more as falling in the serious stoic, uh, or
I
kind of.
I put him
Um,
firmly in the middle. He's in between
um,
the two.
but yes, secondary writers also come that way too, where they're either silly or they're serious. It's just how they work. So
Mm.
my favorite is I love the easygoing writers. Those are my favorites. Those are always my favorites. And he's one of those. There's a really funny bit in like the first episode where he's talking about his backstory, he's saying something. He's doing this really long monologue, and it cuts, and he's like, "Oh, and I suppose maybe losing your parents is probably pretty traumatic too." And there's this just kid just bawling, who he's forced to listen to this whole backstory. Who he's like, "Okay, yeah, maybe we should find your parents now." And then he finds the kid's parents, and then the kid's all happy or whatever. And yeah, he jumps in and he puts the belt on, and the belt, like, because initially he finds the belt just, it's like in an archaeological dig, and he puts it on and it like merges with his skin, and you see his skin's all burnt, and he's in pain or whatever, and I'm like, that's pretty cool. I could see when the character's really easygoing and happy go lucky, it allows for really great moments when they're allowed to be dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
I find the sillier and more easygoing, you're like, if he's more like Goku, for example, it's more fun when he becomes Super Saiyan.
That's fair. That's a fair.
When he's like a grumpy, I don't want to make friends and I don't want to be your friends kind of guy, it's just harder to love and harder for me to get into.
I don't mind if he starts off like in a I'm grumpier Vegeta role. If by the end of it he's more like a Piccolo.
Put a pin in that, because yes, absolutely. When they get a late season arc of being awesome, like or being good, or being like they become friends, and then usually there's a big sacrifice that means something that works
Yeah.
for you. But that's Kuga. I would probably finish this, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. There's a couple
Alright.
other ones I want to finish. I kind of want to do for the next one of these. I want to do the have seen. I want to do the have not seen. Do an entire run of ones you haven't seen, and then I kind of want the have seen to finish one you've already started. For next time, we'll put a pin in that. We'll talk about it at the end.
Well,
of the
I know which two I would pick then.
You only have to pick one to fit. We could. I'm working this out. Kind of. I want to do a thing where the one you haven't seen, I want you to watch some of the movies for them, for your rapid. At least one movie for a rapid fire. So I'm thinking about the same
next
thing.
time. Next time I have some movies, like there's some wizard ones that I want to watch.
So like, for example, Forza, or if you did, I want to do Kiva. I watched a Kiva movie, like I did this week. I watched a Fies movie. Or if you go back to Time Ranger, you have to watch the Time Ranger movie. And then that just makes it easier for rapid fires, less to think of. But that's that. We'll discuss that later. That's for months from now. Anyway,
that's how the sausage gets made kind of conversation.
It's mostly just because it's occurring to me live in my brain as it's happening. Anyway.
Are there any final thoughts for you?
No, that's Kuga.
All right. So, after that last Kamen Rider was done, this one came next, which I swear I didn't plan it like that. It kind of just worked out that way. But I also watched Seiju Sentai Ginjaman.
Gingaman.
Gingaman. which for our North American audience is Power Rangers Lost Galaxy.
Also had nothing to do with space.
No, this one in particular did not. Um,
Nope.
uh, this one, they live in a magic forest,
Yep.
which is very much on Earth and not off in space in some other galaxy.
Yep.
Uh, and
Lost Galaxy got around that by having it take place on it was like an artificial space station Earth, so that they could say it was on Earth, so it would suit the footage. But yes, this is very much an environmental piece about saving the Earth.
yeah.
Pretty
Wait,
much.
wasn't Lost Galaxy in like a different galaxy somewhere?
Well, it's their the whole setup of Lost Galaxy is they're getting I don't remember what it was called, but it was basically like a big space station, and
Terra Venture.
Terra Venture, that's what it is. It's about all the people getting onto Terra Venture, and I don't remember
Seeking a new world like Earth.
Yeah, they wind up in the Lost Galaxy in like the last 5 or 6 episodes. But yes, it's about, and so the whole thing is it looks like Earth.
It says here that there's a tribe's girl named Maya who leads them to the Quasar Sabers,
Yes.
which are from her home planet of Miranoi. So, like, yeah, they're definitely way more space themed in that
yes,
one.
absolutely. Yeah, Gingaman is not space. Like, it's not space.
Whereas, yeah, in Gingaman they're in a forest, which is on Earth,
Yeah.
and the magic swords are like magic swords that have been hunted or handed down for centuries. Now, the only way that it is related to space is the bad guys in this are space pirates, so they come from space,
Interesting.
um, and the Megazord things are star monsters.
Yeah,
So
but
they
is it
also
like a
come.
case of like are they from space, or is it just they're called that and they're like mythological creatures?
They come from space.
Do they specifically say they come from space? I've never
Yeah,
actually seen Gingaman.
they call them star monsters, and they came from basically thousands of years, like thousands of years in the past, when the first generation of this happened. The space alien people came down and were like trying to. I can't remember if it was destroy the planet or whatever, but
Whatever.
um, the star monsters come down, the star beasts come down and help them fight off the captain and the pirates and lock them away, or like put them to sleep or whatever. And then thousands of years later, the space pirates wake up, the star beasts come back, and the Ginga Man use the swords to get the power to transform and fight.
Interesting.
Um,
Would you
I
watch more of this?
I would. But the thing that I kind of also came to the realization of as I was watching this one, it made me want to go and watch the Power Rangers version.
Yeah, that happened to me. Wait, do I have? Yeah, that happened to me. That happened to me too. Where I was like, this kind of makes me want to watch the other one as well.
Same with Time Rangers. Watching the Japanese version just made me want to go watch the English version because, again, personally, in that instance, from what I've seen so far, I think Time Rangers.
I love talking about
Force
Power Rangers, but it's
is
hard
better.
not to like compare. It's why I like It's another reason why I like Kamen Rider is because it's just so easy to compare it to Power Rangers with Sentai. We're like, it's just
It is.
Sentai is just way better than Power Rangers. It's just kind of better.
In a lot of examples, I agree. In certain examples, I think Power Rangers is better.
It depends. It really does.
But yeah, no, that's Gingaman. So good guys are their powers are basically they pull the magic swords and they have like the power of those basically, and the star
Yeah.
monsters are giving them their power. Yeah, the bad guys are pirates.
Yeah, because that's the whole. They don't. I don't think they really go into it, but yeah, that's
Space
why.
Pirates.
That's why in the when they jump on the Zords, they put the sword in the back, and there's really funny. I think in like because they only really do it in Power Rangers anyway. They only really do it in like the first episode, but there's a really funny in the footage where you see a little figurine on the back of the monster like moving around. Yeah, and then they go inside them. They merge with them. That's the whole thing. That's the whole concept.
I didn't get that far. We didn't do any Zord transformations
Really,
in the
not within
first
the first.
five, not in the first 5 episodes.
That's what I will say about Sentai compared to Power Rangers. It really does know how to like.
Oh, and the other thing that I noticed about Power Rangers
They don't always do the Zords in the
versus
first episode. Is the point?
versus Sentai, um, and this is a thing that I find interesting, and I I have a thought about it, which I probably won't say on stream because I don't know how appropriate it is, but um, I did notice that in Japan they don't view yellow as a girl's color.
No, they absolutely do not. No.
Whereas in North America, it very much is seen as a male or as a
I'd also question as to
as
whether or not they see pink as a feminine color, but evidently they do because their girls are always pink.
girls are always
But
pink.
there is
At least in the early like the 80s and
I'm
90s.
pretty sure there's a recent season of the Sentai where pink is a boy,
But so
but I
you know
could be
what?
wrong.
Fuck it.
No, that might be Power Rangers
I'm
I'm thinking
gonna
of.
I'm gonna try and think of a tactful way to word this. But do you think the reason why the Sentai the yellow is not a quote unquote girl's color and thus not always girl characters is how do I word this? Is because they just look down and see yellow and they're like, well, I'm a boy. It's not a girl's color.
Oh, I plead the fifth. Anyway,
I know,
um,
it's so bad, but I had that thought and I was like,
I plead the fifth.
I
No, they don't.
mean,
The answer is no. No, that's a very good question. Why isn't yellow? I guess yellow is just not a feminine color.
it's
In
not a feminine color in Japan,
no,
apparently.
evidently
Because
not.
yeah, there's the joking aside, I noticed that trend in a few of these series, like all of these basically. In the Japanese version, the yellow character is a boy character, and in the English version, so
But they
in
also
this
see
one,
white. They also see white as a feminine color because a
but
lot of
they
times
but they,
girls are
but
white.
they but they also don't because there's characters that are white that are
I don't
boys.
know. I don't think they've had a white boy Sentai. I don't think so.
Yeah, they did. The one that Tommy is.
That's Power Ranger. Oh,
Right,
that
no, but I'm saying
In the Japanese version, he's a boy. I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You're right. That's a good point. You're right. You're right. You're
um
right. Yeah, no, it's true. I forgot about that.
um whereas I mean maybe in later Sentai they have girl characters in the Sentai that are yellow,
Yes.
but as of what I've seen so far in the ones that are from the early 90s, early 2000s, they're boys.
Yeah, no, there's yellow Sentais that are girls. That's pretty interchangeable color. It's really only pink. Pink has never been a boy. But so
Yeah,
clearly they see color as gendered in some capacity. Um,
just different than
just
North America.
that one, I guess.
That was the thing that I noticed is that yeah, a lot of in a lot of these Sentais, the yellow is a boy.
So a thing I so wait that was
That's Ginjaman.
Gin
Ginjaman?
Gingaman ga ga
Gingaman?
with the G sound. There's oh this is my shitty Japanese, but there's I believe 3 and 4 pronounce it gi ga go and ga. So
Gingaman.
Gingaman ga. So it's not manga, it's manga ga. Um, that is Japanese. That is my 2-second Japanese lesson, and it's not even a good one.
I did find it interesting for this one though that um both in Sentai and in Power Rangers it was Mega Rangers slash Space and then Lost Galaxy
No,
slash this
that's why because yeah they were licensing it
sync,
from them at the time.
synced up
Yeah,
at that point.
they had a deal. That the fact that they skipped over, and they eventually did it anyway, but they initially skipped over Go Busters was a big fucking deal in Japan.
Interesting.
That was a big that like violated their agreement, and I think it's part of why they don't have an agreement anymore. But yeah, they were not happy about it. So I think I have the next one. I'm pretty sure I have the next one. Unintentionally. Wait. Before I say what it is. Hold on. Hold on. Just want to make sure I do this. I'm pretty sure. No, I might be wrong.
Is your
Ha, it is. Yeah, it is. It is. It totally is. Yes. My next one is literally the next one. It's
Go Go 5.
Kyoko Sentai Go 5. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And Go 5, for those of you who are paying attention, is Lightspeed Rescue in Power Rangers. And what's fascinating about Go 5 compared to Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue is how remarkably similar it is. Unlike Gingaman, which is very different from Lost Galaxy, this is very similar. I think it also precedes Time Ranger. So I think at this point, they must have just been like, screw it. We're just going to do exactly the same thing. Because it's exactly the same setup. They all work for like an organization. In this case, it's Go 5. And the Red Ranger is a firefighter. The Green Ranger is a pilot. The Pink Ranger is a paramedic. The only real difference is the Yellow Ranger is a boy. And he is kind of like an excavator. He like digs shit up. And then I don't remember what the Blue Ranger is, but in Power Rangers he's a animal instructor or whatever. I don't remember what he is in this, but he's yeah. They're mostly the same. And the other key difference is they're all siblings. They're all related to each other. They're all brother and sister. Whereas in Power Rangers, and Power Rangers has a different sixth Ranger. I didn't get that far, which is kind of why to preempt the question you're going to ask, I would watch more of this. I would probably consider finishing it. Because I'm curious, because when I saw the picture of the entire cast, there's 2 Rangers I've never seen before.
Interesting.
The sixth Ranger in the Power Rangers is entirely American invented. The Titanium Ranger.
The Titanium one. Yeah,
He's purely for Power Rangers. He's completely American made. He does not exist in the Japanese version. So I'm curious as to who they are and what their relationship is. Because in Power Rangers, the Titanium Ranger is the brother of the Pink Ranger. And the Pink Ranger's dad is the Zordon character. And there's a version of him in the Japanese version that serves that function. He basically gets them all fired. He's the one who creates the Go 5 technology, gets them all fired, and forces them to become Go 5, basically. And they're all bitter and angry about it and resentful about it. The Green Ranger in particular is like, I was like a hotshot pilot. I was about to do stuff, and you interrupted that, and I'm really mad about it. And the bad guys are pretty much exactly the same as they are in Power Rangers. The main bad guy is the gold guy with the horns, the devil guy. There's the Asian woman, who is wearing the silver bikini, who is dressed in the same costume and also played by an Asian woman, but a different Asian woman in the American version, but it's still the same character. Everything gets created or brought from hell or the evil dimension they're from by the guy who's basically Finster from Power Rangers. He's the one who like makes things grow. Like functionally, it all functions the same. It's more or less exactly the same. The only real differences are like minute. It's really quite remarkable. And I imagine because one of the characters is like a baby, and in Power Rangers towards the end, the baby becomes an adult, and he's now the main bad guy. He absorbs the powers from the main leader at the beginning. I imagine it plays out exactly the same way. So it's just remarkable how similar it is to Power Rangers, to Lightspeed Rescue. I was really taken aback by that. The other thing is it contains probably my favorite Megazord apart from the original. My favorite Megazord is always going to be the original. It just is. But it is maybe contains my second favorite, which is
Now, which version of the original? The one which is just the standard original, or the one that the Green Ranger Zord
first one
goes into?
First one. I can't remember what.
Okay.
I wish I could remember its Japanese name, but first one. Yeah, no, always the first one. This one is probably my second favorite because it's got the fire truck in it, and so the arms are elevator arms. So it does so many hilarious moves with it. Like my favorite move is when it does the rapid punch where it's like bam, 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 and its arms like extend out, and like the arms, like he'll put the arms on the ground and it does like a kick flip, kicks the guy in the head. Super funny. The last episode I watched, I think I watched 6 episodes because of this. The second last one was so good, where it was just a bad guy trying to turn people into trees. It was really funny. It was really good, and I absolutely would watch it. Oh yeah, the bad guys are just a vague demon army, and that's where I was like, yeah, it's just not very interesting. when they're just kind of a vague demon army. Like they don't really have any. Like yeah, the bad guy. You know, I wonder if I could. Hold on. Nah, it's not worth the effort. The bad. You know what? I could send it to you on. No, I can't because you have it. Never mind. The bad guy he's just a vague vampire-ish demon-looking guy. He's just not very interesting. And his backstory is not very interesting, and he's not very engaging. And when I was watching this, after having watched a bunch of Kamen Rider, I kind of went, Super Sentai is very much for children.
Yeah,
I would
agree with that.
Very much for 5-year-olds, like 6-year-olds, because they just constantly and endlessly re-explain the same things over and over and over again. Like every episode within the first 5 episodes, every episode explains the mechanic of the guy making the monsters big. Every single one.
I would personally say, like, my opinion would be Sentai is for like 6 to 8-year-olds. Kamen Rider is like 12.
I would say you guys skew younger because Japan is weird. They go younger. That's why I say 5. Like, I would see why you would say in America 6 to 7.
I should say I'm talking American audiences.
Yeah, no. Like, Japanese is 5.
Japanese is different. They're different. Yeah, they're a very different beast.
Yeah.
Is that
But the 80s, but also to be fair, the 80s and 90s Sentai, 90s Sentai in particular, is really child friendly. Like even more so than the modern shit. Because like the modern Gokaiger is violent, like straight up violent at times. Where like this is always like and like most of the episodes the main character is a child and they make friends with the child and it's about resolving an issue for a child, and like I say they and Super Sentai more than Kamen Rider just straight up reuses footage like so much, especially in the,
I don't know,
the
maybe
episodes.
Maybe I'm just the fuddy-duddy who is like kids violence, like they're sensitive. Maybe I'm the hypersensitive one because we did see a parent take their kid to Terrifier 3.
This is true. That is true.
So like maybe I'm the hypersensitive one.
But I just mean like Super Sentai. This really definitely this storytelling is so basic. It's so much more basic than Kamen Rider. Like I don't like to be like I think Kamen Rider is better because I don't think I'm in a cultural place to do that. But like I
Kamen Rider,
I enjoy it way more.
Sentai is
Saturday
I don't
morning
like I don't like saying formulaic, but for a lack of a better word, formulaic, whereas or self-contained is maybe the word that I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Like each episode is its own episode and syndicated. That's the word I'm looking for. Kamen Rider is syndicated. Or not Kamen Rider. Sentai is syndicated, whereas Kamen Rider is overarching story.
Yeah,
to me
that's Super Sentai absolutely does have overarching stories.
Not in the same way.
Well, no, but to be fair, old school Super Sentai is different. Like newer stuff, no, absolutely they do. They will have like episode long arcs that do pay off at the end, and they do the newer stuff. I will give credit. The newer stuff is quite a bit more complex. Like that's where I'm almost inclined to just give you Super Sentai ones, newer Super Sentai ones next time, because truly the Go Busters. There's some great shit in Go Busters. Like that's one of my favorite of these shows of all time. I will always sing the praises of Gokaiger. I always forget the name, but the one that Dino Thunder is based, not Dino Thunder, the one that Super Dino Charge is based off of, that Japanese version is really good. Older stuff is the older stuff I find to be way simpler. Like I say, it's the one where like Kamen Rider doesn't do it where it's like Kamen Rider Wizard has like a 2-minute long transformation sequence where then he additionally on top of it goes, I'm Kamen Rider, blah, and then like with Super Sentai, it's like, okay, the Go-Go 5 to do their Go-Go 5 transformation, and then I have to hear them go Go-Go Red, Go-Go Blue, Go-Go Green, and it goes on and then it's like, and then they do that, and then 2 minutes later,
it's faster than Power Rangers.
True. And then you get to the next bit, it's like, okay, now you have to choose a really prolonged. Kamen Rider doesn't do that. It gets to the point. Like, he may say his name, but sometimes he's saying his name as he's hitting the guy with the sword. Like
Well,
they're
and that's
getting to
where
the
that,
fight.
that
It's faster. It's
that's
tighter.
that's
It's to the
where I
point.
say it's the difference between having one Kamen Rider and 5 Sentai.
But also, to be fair, maybe older Kamen Rider is like that too. Where there's an episode where he's helping a small child. I don't know, but like I watched that '90s era Sentai because that comes from the Power Rangers. I want to compare it, and just I will say it. Is it more interesting than Power Rangers? No, because that era of Saban is just better. It was just really tight on their storytelling. Like I honestly I don't know. That's where I'm like I kind of want to watch more and then pair it with Lightspeed Rescue, because I think Lightspeed Rescue's storytelling is better. I think that Time Force is better than Time Ranger.
Yeah, that's where I
it
say
has
that
a
as
more
well.
updated. It feel like the thing about the Tokusatsu is it always feels 10 years older than it is. So Power Rangers feels
Well,
modern for that
yeah,
time, whereas
and,
Time
and part
Rangers
of
doesn't.
for me with and we're jumping the gun a little bit here, but with Time Ranger, there's also just certain character choices that are stronger in Power Rangers for me than it is in, but we'll get there. We'll
But
get there.
that's Go
Yeah.
5. Let's go
Do you have
5.
any final thoughts?
No, you should do Time Ranger next because it'll be funny.
I can't because that's a have scene. I have one more. I have one more rapid fire.
Because Time Ranger is literally the next one,
I know, and that's going to be what's after this, but
which
I
is
have to
funny.
do this first.
Which is pretty funny.
So my last rapid fire is All Monsters Attack, Godzilla. Um,
or as the Americans know it, Godzilla's Revenge.
All Monsters Attack.
Yeah.
Came out in 1969,
How are you not going to mention the dub, Jordan?
and because I didn't watch the dub, that's not what we're here to talk about.
Talk about
And
get in the van, kid.
no, we're not. No. You can put it in the video, but no.
It's
No, Justin.
probably one of the worst Godzilla movies. It's genuinely
It
not
was
very
supposed
good.
to. It was supposed to be the last one.
It was. And it was
Um,
so bad they were like, no.
We can't end it on
And then they
this.
resurrected him for the Heisei era, and the Heisei era movies are really brutal.
But what I find funny about this is, so in terms of names, you know how I also watched Godzilla Final Wars. This should have been Godzilla Final Wars should have been called All Monsters Attack.
Yes, it should have. But to be fair, Godzilla Final Wars came out in like 2000 something, didn't it?
No, I know, but I'm just saying in terms of names, this one got the wrong name.
This one's called All Monsters Attack, so that people dumb would associate it with the one that you thought it was, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah, where I thought it was the one where it was all the monsters.
Yeah, All Monsters Attack or
on,
something.
On Monster. No, this is All Monsters Attack.
No, what was the other one? Destroy All Monsters. That's what it is.
Yeah, I think that's the one that I thought this was.
Yes.
But no.
It absolutely is not.
This one is not that. This one is basically just a little kid imagines he's on Monster Island.
Yep, nothing in that movie actually happens. It's just from the perspective of one little kid, and I don't even think they shot any new footage for it. Most of it is just recut footage from Ebera and another movie, because the monster he fights in that movie. I saw the movie where he fights it, but the monster he fights.
He fights monsters. He fights Ebera.
Yeah.
He fights Kumanga.
That's it.
He fights Giant Condor.
I've seen the movie that Konga is from before that, and I was like, wait, this is just so a lot of that movie is just reused footage from other movies.
And there's Manila.
Manila. The
Manila?
only new stuff in that movie is the stuff with Manila. Other than that, it's in. Oh no! Even when Manila grows, that's from Son of that. That's what it's from. The stuff with Manila and the Chunga or whatever, that's from Son of Godzilla.
Due to production costs, All Monsters Attack includes extensive stock footage of Ebirah Horror of the Deep, Son of Godzilla, King Kong Escapes, and Destroy All Monsters.
Yep. Reuses a ton of footage. Yeah, the only new stuff is the stuff involving Manila when he's with the kid. It is otherwise all stock footage.
I don't remember if it's Destroy All Monsters that I think it is, or if it was Son of Godzilla that I thought this was.
Well, no, probably by title Destroy All Monsters.
Probably. This one was mercifully short.
Yes, it's not a very good movie.
which is okay because it's mercifully short.
Yep.
And no, that's not fair. The monster fights were fine. They were fine in the other movies that they were from. Um,
Yeah.
the stuff that you want to see, which is the monster fights, are
See,
just as fine as they were in the original movies that they
wait,
cut
Jordan,
them
we
from.
can't talk about this movie and not talk about Godzilla's Revenge. So yes, most people would know this movie in America as Godzilla's Revenge. I believe Mystery Science Theater did an episode making fun of it. When I watched this movie as a child, I rented it from the video store, and it was an English dub, and it was called Godzilla's Revenge, and
Apparently,
it's even worse than the Japanese version.
apparently, when Godzilla's Revenge was brought to the United States, it was on a double bill with the 1967 film Night of the Big Heat.
Yeah, no, yeah, he's got a real goofy voice that yes, you will probably have heard or will hear now, or maybe we'll hear again a second time because it was really funny. Jordan was just like he sounds like he wants them to get in his van.
Come get in my van.
Come
I
get
don't
my
remember.
va-
I don't remember exactly what it
Come
was,
get
but it
my
was
Godzilla
Come-
says that I have to be
Godzilla.
brave.
That's right. Godzilla says I have to be
Be
brave.
brave, and I have
Don't
to
worry, I'm not gonna.
get in the
I'm not
van,
gonna.
Billy.
Get in the van, Billy. No, yeah, no, it was bad. It was a bad dub.
Would you like to
I
come
didn't
to
want.
my
I didn't.
basement and try some ice
I
cream?
didn't. Whoa, no, Justin. No, we're on YouTube. We don't make those jokes here. Um, but
Do you want to get shadow
I
banned again?
exactly. Do you?
No, I
I did
don't.
not watch the dub, but the Japanese version wasn't much better.
So you don't. So that's
Um,
funny. You don't remember watching that movie as a kid. We absolutely still.
no,
Oh
not
man,
even a little bit.
it's one of the three I remember. I can remember. This is a totally just me and Jordan bit, but I can remember renting it from the Rogers Video in New West. I can vividly remember picking it off the shelf and watching it and being so stoked on it. Like I don't get me wrong. Don't let me mislead you. I love this movie as a child. It's one of my favorite Godzilla movies. But as an adult, it's awful.
I remember renting a lot of them from the one like the Rogers around the corner where we were in Richmond. Um, I remember renting Metal Godzilla.
Oh, there too.
Renting.
Yeah.
I remember renting King Ghidorah. I don't remember this one. Even when I
Oh.
watched it, I don't remember
Well, to be
this
fair,
one.
the Japanese
I remember
version is
I remember
different.
I remember there being one where they go to the island and they fight and Godzilla fights against all the different monsters. But I remember there being like the spiky backed Antilo one and
Yeah, that's Destroy All Monsters.
yeah, no, this was not.
I don't recall watching Destroy All Monsters as a child, but it's possible we did. We definitely watched this as a child. Like I just remember because there's like a ton of
I
weird
believe you.
Japanese smoking in it.
I believe you. I just don't remember it.
And it's funny when you're a kid, you don't realize that none of it happened. Like when I was a
Yeah,
kid,
no, it was just all in his head. Yeah.
when I was a kid, I thought he actually went to Monster Island. It wasn't until I rewatched it for the whole reason this podcast exists, the Arate Media podcast. I
Wait.
did that.
Like it here.
Like it here. I did that, and I watched that for this, and I'm pretty sure I watched the dub because I was like, I have to watch the dub. The dub is really bad. But
Yeah, I don't have much more to say about this one.
This was pretty well the point in the Godzilla franchise. He was in a. It's really quite funny. I think I said this to Jake as well when you talk about the MCU is dead, and the MCU. This was pretty much that point of the Godzilla franchise where they were like, this is it. He had been in a bunch of the costume looks terrible. They pretty much had stopped shooting footage. I think this is the one where when it gets wet, you could see pieces of it falling off. Like he was in a bad way, and then they brought him back for the next one where he was once again they made him scary and villainous and evil, and he was evil for a bunch of it. And that's a bunch of the movies So I don't know if you remember Batra or the Evil Mothra.
No.
Those were I always thought it was the Showa era I grew up with when it comes to
Godzilla.
Godzilla, but no, it was really the Heisei era. Sorry, I'm just realizing now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, did you say that's your last rapid? That was a rapid fire you just did.
That was my last rapid fire.
How did that happen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. How did that happen? We should be moving into have not have scenes.
Yes, we should.
I don't have another rapid fire. Did you do an extra rapid fire?
No.
Ranger, Kamen Rider Black, Kamen Rider Kuga, Go 5. Yeah. So, that's weird. How did that happen? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We do 9, right?
Yep.
I did Kaku Ranger, I did Kamen Rider, I did Kamen Rider Black. It's just usually you do half scenes first. How am I doing a half scene first? How did that happen? Did we skip one of yours?
Did you start?
No. You did. What did?
I did Ebera, Horror of the Deep.
Yeah.
I did Gamera, that's 2.
That's 2.
I did Kamen Rider Ryuki, that's 3.
That's 3.
I did Denji Sentai Mega Rangers.
That's 4.
I did Senju Sentai. Oh, I guess I did an extra one.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Sorry, the math wasn't mathing. I was like, the math is not mathing. That's okay. That's fine. I appreciate your enthusiasm.
Apparently I did an extra one. Okay.
Apparently you want something extra? All right. That's okay because I technically did too. So that's going to work out. I'm just going to, or should I, you know what? I'll move one of the ones. No, I'm going to bump it.
Should I just do my
No, it's fine.
I have seen like normal or
no? We're just gonna swap the order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, because I sort of have 2 movies for Fies. I watched 2 Fies movies because one of them was short. But I don't want to talk about it until after I've talked about the show. So I'm gonna bump it, and then I'll do my first half scene. Which one should we do first? You know what? Let's do Shin. So, we already talked about the Shin series. There's a particular director or writer or in Japan who he has a series of movies called Shin Godzilla, Shin Ultraman, and Shin Kamen Rider. And they are sort of gritty, realistic, like what if this took place in the real world, movies about these characters, Godzilla, Ultraman, and Kamen Rider. The actual English translation is Shin Masked Rider. Kamen means masked. And so I've seen this movie before. Obviously, this is a half scene. And the first time I watched it, I didn't really like it all that much. I was like, this really isn't doing it for me. It's really kind of plodding and slow, and I'm just not vibing with this. I think Shin Ultraman is better. I don't think everyone was saying this was the best one, and I don't think it is. But this time, because I had watched Kamen Rider, the original show, I really appreciated this so much more. This movie is really good. Like, this movie is really good. Like, first of all, the thing that was remarkable about it, and this was the question of, like, is Kamen Rider for children started coming up for me, was this movie's really violent. Like, this movie's really violent. I sent you clips of it, but, like, he like, crushes guys' skulls and, like, smashes their face in. Like, he's punching guys. He punches a guy and he just crushes his skull. It's friggin' sweet. In the original show, there really isn't an explanation given. They sort of change it here. So now his body, I can't remember what it was called, but it runs on a particular power source. And how strong you are is dependent on how much of it's basically ki. How much of this ki you have is how strong you are. So they sort of retcon how the belt works, where he needs to create momentum in order to activate the turbine, which generates that energy that pumps it through his body, and that's what the belt does. And the helmet doesn't just appear on him; it's something he carries, and he has to put on, and it forms around his face, and it's kind of more like mechanical, like more robot. So the helmet activate basically when he activates the belt, it like makes his face all fucked up, and he puts on the helmet, and then that activates his powers. And when he has the helmet on, it removes his fear, so he's willing to just do whatever to survive, which basically equates to he's willing to murder people. And then, yeah, same deal. Midway through the movie, the second rider shows up, and he's kind of like a Vegeta kind of character, and they initially don't get along. And he, once again, doesn't need to move, like, be on the motorcycle to transform. He can just move his arms. And that's actually a plot point in this movie. And the fights are so good. They are so good. Like, at one point, there's a fight between Rider 1 and Rider 2, actual names, which is just a Dragon Ball fight. Like, they're like, it's a Dragon Ball fight, but they can't fly. So, like, they'll jump up in the air, and then they'll do, like, a bunch of Dragon Ball style punches and kicks, and it looks sick. And, like, the CGI doesn't look terrible. Like, sometimes it doesn't look great, but, like, it doesn't look bad. It actually kind of looks good.
So it's a Dragon Ball fight.
It's a Dragon Ball fight.
You said it's a Dragon Ball fight where they can't fight, or where they can't fly. So it's a Dragon Ball fight.
I mean, no. Oh yeah. Sorry. It's more Dragon Ball Z fight where they can't fly. Maybe is how.
Okay.
Where they're like up in the air and they're like bashing each other back and forth in the buildings and stuff. And like
because Dragon Ball, they just
the fights are good. The thing I appreciate about Japan is they're not like, hey, we need to show their face in order, like, they can wear the mask and they understand that the character is the focal point. So, like, yeah, there's moments where they're in the full costume and it's just a voice acting performance and it's genuinely really good. But this movie also has that moment where the mask gets broken and he's getting the shit kicked out of him and his face is all beat up and shit. And it's really good. It's really solid. And they do kind of interesting stuff with, like, it's the same basic plot as the original show, where he gets kidnapped and he gets rescued. Except for in this one, he gets rescued by the girl and the dad. In the original show, the dad the professor who rescues him gets killed, and she thinks he killed him. So in this, she's part of the evil corporation Shocker, and she defects and rescues him. And so she has more to do, and spoiler alert, she dies, gets killed by one of the bad guys. And then the ending is kind of confusing because she uploads her consciousness into, like, a computer program in the helmet, and in the final fight, the main bad guy, the evil bad guy, is her brother who killed her. He sends one of the generals after her. And like, this general, like, stabs her and kills her, and then he's all sad. He's like, "Oh, you died," as if, like, he beat her in a fight. When no, he just sent one of his minions after her. And so yeah, he puts, like, the helmet on him, and he sees her, and he's all sad, and he's like, "I'm so sorry, such and such, for what I did." But it feels really unearned. It's really odd, but the fight's fucking sick. Like, that's my thing with the show. It's like, yeah, this is badass and kind of awesome and really, like, again, not for kids. So, like, I don't, not even just because it's really violent, which it is, but because it's also kind of dull at points.
But again, as previously discussed, Japanese kids are a completely different beast.
True. Also, maybe, again, the argument is this is a franchise for everybody. It could be anything to anybody, maybe. I don't know, but I was just taken aback by how violent it was. I don't remember this being this violent. But yeah, it's really good. It's a really good movie. I really enjoyed it. Everyone should check out the to be fair, I need to rewatch Shin Godzilla. I think I need to redo it for this show. And I need to watch it again because I just don't like Shin Godzilla. It's so boring. It is so boring. But this isn't. This is so
From the clips I've seen of Shin Godzilla, it just doesn't look like Godzilla to me.
Well, initially he doesn't look anything like Godzilla, and that makes it really hard for me to get into. Eventually he does end up looking like Godzilla, but
kind of, but no, not really. From what I saw, he's like an abomination.
He does a weird, like, big mouth, fire. I don't know. It just didn't really. It really didn't do it for me, and I still think that movie's boring as sin. But I really like Shin Ultraman and Shin Kamen Rider. Like, I don't think. With Shin Ultraman, I was like, this is a good spot to hop into this franchise. Shin Kamen Rider is not. It is a very poor representation of that franchise. There are several series or seasons of the show I would point you in the direction of before I would point you in the direction of this movie. This movie is really for like an intermediate. I'd recommend it to you because you'd appreciate it. But I don't think like a casual fan would really do it.
Jive with them.
No. What did you say the title of the video? Oh my god, he just kicked that guy's face in. Crushed that guy's skull.
Something like that.
Shin Kamen Rider. Oh my god, he just crushed that guy's skull.
He just crushed that guy's skull with his foot. Is this for kids? I don't know if this is for kids.
I like that title, but it's a tad wordy for the thumbnail.
Oh
anyway,
no, that wasn't me coming up with a title. That was just my genuine response.
That's a long lie. You saw the clips of it. You saw the clips of it. Did it look like it? They did not look violent.
I mean, by North American standards, yes.
Would you watch it?
Oh, well, probably for this, yeah.
Yeah. Would you watch it not for this?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Justin. Is it in English?
No.
Then no, probably not, because I don't like subtitles.
There might be a dub.
It's not the same.
It's not the same. Anyway, that's Shin Kamen Rider. Everyone should go watch it. It's pretty good. It's on Amazon Prime. That shocked me.
That's the biggest selling point that you have.
I know. It's on Amazon Prime.
It's readily available, and that's the thing with most of what I watched. Everything except for one thing. Two things technically.
The website I had to watch all of my stuff off a website, and it fought me every step of the way for the last few episodes. It was brutal. It was so annoying.
Everything but two of the things I watched were on a streaming service.
We're late because the website I wanted to watch one of the movies I'm going to watch wouldn't load.
Which was Tubi. Thank God for Tubi.
Yeah, a lot of my shit was on Tubi. Thank God for Tubi.
Final thoughts?
You should go check it out. It's on Amazon Prime.
All right. My first, and I use this term loosely, have seen. I have not seen all of it. I watched part of it last time as a rapid fire, and so went back and dipped my toes into it again. Is Kyoryu Sentai Zyuranger. Zyuranger.
Yes.
The dinosaurs.
The one that Power Rangers is based off of. And it's funny because I saw a TikTok video about this, and I was going to stitch it, and I'm like, you know what? No. I'll save it for the podcast. And that is, there's this video of this guy being like, Zyuranger is not that, it's honestly pretty good. And he's wrong. It's bad. It's probably, I think it's straight bad. I think Power Rangers is infinitely better. I just don't think it's very good. It's somehow more formulaic than Power Rangers, and I don't know how that's possible.
It's as formulaic as Power Rangers. They're equally they're both okay. So this is my assessment. Okay, so last time I watched the Green with Evil episodes, which I don't remember which episodes those were, but they were, I think, further than when I watched this time.
I think they're towards the 20th episode. It's a ways in, that's the point.
And I think last time I watched like the first two episodes, and then I skipped to those ones. But this time I watched like episodes 6 to 12. And so the assessment that I kind of came to is it's just as formulaic as early Mighty Morphin.
Completely disagree.
Early Mighty Morphin. Later Mighty Morphin, it gets a bit better.
Okay.
But like first season Mighty Morphin is pretty formulaic.
Here's my test for this, all right? Here's my test for this. Okay. Name me the 5 Power Rangers, original.
In the Power Rangers version?
Yeah, your Power Rangers. Name them.
Oh, Kimberly, Billy, Tommy. No, Tommy's the 6th, so he's not original.
I'll give you Tommy.
Tommy, Zach, Trini, and so who am I missing? Rocky? Not Rocky.
Close.
What's the red one?
Really? You can't remember the red one?
What's the red one? I'm blanking on the red one.
I've kind of already made my point, but this is fun.
Not Rocky.
Starts with a J. Ends with an N. Has an S in the middle.
Jason. I knew that.
You're
Jason.
also missing one.
Am I missing one?
Yeah.
I got pink. I got yellow. I got black. I got blue.
Oh, you didn't get blue.
I got red. Yes, I did. I said Billy.
Oh, did you say Billy? Oh, I must have missed it. Then you got them all. You got them all. So my point is, name one of the Jew Rangers.
Oh, that's difficult, man.
There you go. That's my point.
Names.
They're all the same.
No, but I have to be honest, Justin. If you ask me to tell you the name of any of the Japanese characters from any of the things I watched this week, I could name one, and that's because I watched 53 episodes of it.
My point is that at least the Power Rangers get to be characters that you remember. In this, they don't get to be characters because most of the episodes are devoted to being about a child.
But the other thing that you have to keep in mind too,
or uncle, or mom, or dad.
The other thing that you have to keep in mind too is, I have watched, let's be generous, at best, like 15 episodes of this one. I've watched hundreds of episodes of that Power Rangers dozens of times.
Right.
So it's not a fair comparison to ask me.
My point is though is that the characters in Jew Ranger they're not characters. They don't even change clothes for 50 episodes.
The thing is though,
I've seen this one, so I could say this.
The thing is though that in Power Rangers, they're not really they're caricatures.
No,
they're not characters.
That is totally wrong. They are absolutely characters.
They're not.
Compared to these guys, they are absolutely characters. They have wants and desires. And
not really.
There's episodes that are about them.
Their wants and desires are to stop Rita Repulsa.
No, but again, early episodes of Power Rangers are always devoted around an issue surrounding an individual ranger. So, like, yeah, you mentioned the one where it's the frog that's eating people. I'm pretty sure that's a Kimberly episode about learning self-confidence. None of the episodes of Jew Ranger are ever about the Jew Rangers. Ever. None of them. Not a one. The only one that gets close...
That's where I say they're both formulaic, and they're both what was the word that you used? Not bad, but you used a specific word.
Campy?
Campy? Like they're both campy. They're both they fall into that category.
Like the thing is,
it's just you could argue how bad it is, like how campy it is, how much it is, but like they both fall into that.
Like the thing is when he's like, oh, it's not a good show. It's not. Power Rangers is way better. No, way better. Power Rangers is way better.
I want to be clear here. I would want
the only character in Jew Ranger who gets to be a character is Burai. I think it's Burai, the Red Ranger.
But to be fair, I have a soft spot for Power Rangers.
Right, but the only character in Jew Ranger who gets to be a character is Burai, and I think it's Burai. You have the Wikipedia open, right? I'm gonna take a shot.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to take a shot at the Sentais. And that wasn't fair. You obviously know Boy because I've made 1,000 jokes about Boy. Everyone makes the joke about Boy, but I believe it's Boy, Burai. I think I want to say Amy is the pink one.
No.
No, that's it. I don't remember them all. Then I just remember Boy and Burai.
So it doesn't. In the cast list
sorry. The blue one is Dan.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna assume so because it doesn't actually tell me what ranger they are.
Oh, okay.
On this list,
I mean
it just has their character name. So you have Geki. Goshi.
That's it.
Goshi, Dan, Boy, Mai, who I'm guessing is pink.
Mai is the pink.
And Burai.
Yeah, Burai is
And then there's obviously Bandora the Witch.
Hold on, let me just see if I can get this. Hold on.
And then there's Kai, who I'm thinking might be the green, or Satoshi.
No, Kai is the Bandora's kid.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. Okay, so Geki is the Red Ranger. Goshi is the Black Ranger. Dan is blue. I knew Geki. Burai is the Dragon Ranger. He's the Green Ranger. I know.
Oh, okay.
May is the Pink Ranger. Yeah, Boy. The funniest joke ever. The fact that they changed the Yellow Ranger into a girl is that the original version of him is named Boy.
Boy, yeah.
His name is Boy.
Boi.
Boi. And then the Blue Ranger is Dan. which I should have known
But
because it's the easiest name to remember on the planet, Dan.
I would not finish this one. It's just too
It's
dry.
brutal.
It's
It's
too
brutal.
old. It's
I did.
brutal.
I finished 50 episodes of it, and it drags exceptionally in the 40 episodes because they're all the same. Every single one is exact. They're like that's the thing about modern Sentai. And even the stuff by like Go Ranger or Go 5 or Time Ranger
Or Time Ranger.
There's an element of serialization there, and this does kind of have it. Like they set up early on. There's a bit with dinosaur eggs where which they comes back later. I can't remember how. The only one of the Jew Rangers who actually gets to be a character is Geki, and that's because he's got an evil brother. Other than that, like, none of them really have anything. Like,
They're just generic defenders.
I'll put it to you this way: you're like, oh, I don't remember any of the characters from. You remember Gentaro. You may not remember him by name, but you remember him, right? Or you remember Haruto from Wizard. I mean, to be fair, like you said.
Well, that's where I was gonna say that the one name that I could remember this week is Haruto, and that's just because it sounds like Naruto.
But I'm not saying you need to remember their names. I'm just saying you remember the characters from Power Rangers. You remember what their deal was. You know that Zack did Hip Hop Keto. Tell me one thing about the Black Ranger in Jew Ranger, other than he uses an axe.
He's technically a dinosaur, man.
Technically a dinosaur man. Like my thing with that, and what's funny is Die Ranger, its next immediate successor.
I mean, that's not fair. Ask me about the Red Ranger. He has a character.
Yeah, he is a character, but not. I wanted to watch Die Ranger or finish more. Maybe I'll do that next time. I'll finish more of it because I think I've seen like 15, 16 episodes of it, but. It doesn't have the same problem as this, where the lead character, the Red Ranger, he's the lead character of that show. Like, I kept waiting for one of these guys to kind of take the lead in that show when I watched it. And no one does. No one stands out. Whereas in the next one, not every episode is about a child or helping a child or saving a child.
Yeah, that was the big thing with this one is that, there's always a child of some sort.
There's so many episodes where most of the episode, like, they're not really characters. They just stand in the background while the child actors act badly. And I feel like that's unfair, but, like, I've seen what this show evolves into, and it does possess the ability to not just be about an annoying child every single episode, which is what this kind of is. And it gets really the finale is good. The finale is solid, where they finally defeat Bandora. I've talked about it before. She brings her son back to life, and they fight an evil Megazord. The other thing that's kind of neat or interesting about those shows is they really take their time with introducing ideas. So in Power Rangers, first episode you see the Megazord. This, I think it's like you said, you came in episode 6.
Episode 6, like they had it and they had turned into the tank, but they didn't turn into the Megazord until like the 6th or 7th episode.
Like you don't really see the tank in the
they just skip right past that in the English version.
You kind of see it a little bit.
You see it in the transformation and like they're in it before he stands up.
Yeah, they do. I think you do because they have the footage for it. So I do think the robot voice does say tank mode, but they don't actually use it. I think they might use it in the first episode, but I don't think so. I think they pretty much leap immediately to the.
I don't remember them ever using it.
But that made me laugh.
Yeah, they also in the English version they just have the dinosaur crystals already.
Yeah.
And know how to use them. Whereas in the English version, like they lose.
Yeah.
And then that's when they get it, is the dinosaurs come in and are like, you need to like work more as a team and be in one mind. The dinosaurs are actual characters in the Japanese
they're actual
version.
Characters. You see them as actual T-Rexes at one point, I think. No, you don't. No, never mind. That's just in the theme song. And then when they come together, I'm trying to see if I can. Nah, I can't figure out. When they come together, they're called a specific it's a god. It's the god of all the dinosaur tribes. Because they're basically, the premise of this is they're all emissaries of various tribes, dinosaur tribes.
Of dinosaur people, yeah.
Yeah. And I think Geki is like the king or the prince of them all or whatever. And
his dad was king, and his brother and him were both princes, and then like or his brother was like a secret son or something like that, the Green Ranger, because the red one, this is what I remember from when I watched those. The red one didn't know that the green one was his brother.
Right. Yeah, it was like a bastard or something.
Yeah, something like
Something
that.
like that. Yeah. Um. Yeah. So yeah,
Which
there's a
is
lot.
which is why he wants to kill him.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot more like. So it's not to say that there isn't some, but it's just they just are not. And my big thing is I just kept waiting for them to change outfits. Like they wear the same outfits for 50 episodes, and it just becomes.
All I know is there's 50 episodes of this one, and I couldn't. I couldn't.
It gets really.
I
There's
couldn't.
nothing.
Like
There's
I watched
nothing
like
storytelling wise in the back half that really. There's no good third act twist. Where I'm like, oh no, you just gotta stick with it. I promise you a gig. There's a couple of Kamen Rider series where I'm like, this is really slow to start off
like
with, but it gets really batshit.
I wanted to watch like at least another 6 episodes, which is why I went to 12, because this was supposed to be a quote unquote have scene, right? So I wanted it to be more than just another rapid fire. And all I could think as I was watching this one is, man, I can't wait till I'm done watching these episodes so I can go watch Time Ranger instead. That
Right,
was way
that happened to
better.
me too, where I was like, oh, I just need to slog my way through this so I can get to the thing I actually want to watch.
To the better one.
Right?
But that's all I have to say about Zoo Ranger. I don't know that I'm ever going to come back to this one again.
I honestly, it's just as a relic of Power Rangers past, it's worth watching a few episodes.
It's worth dipping your toes into,
Like-
and I would say if you're gonna dip your toes into this one, skip to the Green Ranger episodes.
Yeah.
They're the most
Pretty
interesting
much.
ones.
Like the well, I mean the first 2 episodes are okay. Like I will say this, my one major compliment to it. I've done a lot of shitting on it. Bandora is way better than Rita Repulsa. She's way more evil, way more scary, way more fun. Like there's a really good sequence in the first episode where she's just riding around on her little bike like a maniac, which is hilarious.
And it also means that in the Japanese version they can get like a more close-up shot of her palace because she's Bandora and they can show her
Pretty
palace.
much.
Whereas in the English version, the fun fact, in the English version, the reason why you never see a close-up of her palace and you only ever see it from far away is because there's a sign on it which says Bandora's palace,
That's
and
funny.
so they can't get a close-up of it because she's not Bandora
That's
in
funny.
the English version, obviously.
Oh, also the ending to the series, as I recall, is unsatisfying and bad. I think they just kind of put her back in the thing and toss her back into space. There's no real resolution to it. I just remember getting to the. I remember I wanted to watch this and then Die Ranger because it was on Tubi. It was easy to watch. I watched. I fell asleep through a number of episodes because it was really boring. But yeah, I remember struggling through it to get to Die Ranger, and then I was so burnt out on this because it was just so tedious.
Pardon me.
So my
That's
first
you,
thing,
Ranger.
That's Jew Ranger. So my first thing, George technically talked about he's talked about this sequel to this technically spiritual
First thing.
sequel anyway.
Don't you mean your second thing?
My second thing,
Because you started this.
my second thing, is a little show called Kamen Rider Decade.
The Kamen Rider Decade.
Decade. Kamen Rider to the Decade Final Ride, Attack Ride. And so this series, the big thing with this series, it was technically the 10th series of Kamen Rider of the Heisei Kamen Rider. It's technically the 10th one, and it was like a big anniversary thing. And so it's one of those big anniversary specials where it's a big crossover with a bunch of seasons of Kamen Rider. Initially, it's the previous 9 that had existed up until that point, and then later on they introduce. They bring in like older ones, so you get like Kamen Rider, the original Kamen Rider. I think Kamen Rider Amazon shows up at one point. This was kind of a big. This season was a big enough deal that, and this is gonna not mean anything to you, but in Japan, the guy, I don't know if it's a band or if it's a guy, but there's an artist called Gact. They were really, when I was in high school, really popular. Like, cause I was friends with a bunch of Japanese club people, and it was a really popular J-pop band. He did the theme song for this show, which was like a big deal. It would be like, I was trying to think of a good comparison, but I guess it would be like if not Nickelback, or if like Metallica did the Power Rangers theme song, or some like just like if a really big artist did Power Rangers, basically.
You mean as if who was it? Simple Plan did What's New Scooby Doo? Not Simple Plan, but
I
you know,
can't think of a good one.
the famous band that did the theme song for What's New Scooby Doo?
No, you had it right. It was a Simple Plan.
Was it Simple
Yeah, it was
Plan?
Simple Plan.
Yeah, so it's like that.
Kind of like that, yeah. Yeah, we were like, wow, it just seems like you're too big for this. Um,
What's New Scooby Doo?
so
We're
his
coming after
gimmick,
you.
his whole thing, who he fights is dependent. So the whole premise of this season is that he has to go to the 9 Common Rider worlds to prevent the destruction of everything, and he is slated to destroy everything. So each episode, and usually it lasts, it spans about 2 episodes. So every 2 episodes, he spends in a particular Common Rider world. So, and his whole gimmick is, much like Gokaiger, he has cards that he can put in his little device, and he can turn into other riders. That's his whole deal. You've seen him. He was in
Yeah, I think he was in.
he was in Zeo.
Yeah.
This is his show,
And he wants
so,
to destroy the world.
well, yeah, in this one it's funny because he's way more goofy than I remember him being. But he also, yeah, he's got his little gang of, so he's got a female sidekick who her whole deal is she presses on, when he's annoying, she presses on his pressure points and makes him like a laughing pressure points, and he laughs. And then he's like a, just like in the Zeo, he's got a camera that he goes around taking pictures, and he's basically shown up out of nowhere and taken up residence in this like film studio, and the film studio is what's traveling from world to world. And so I watched 7 episodes of this, 6 episodes of this. Basically, I watched the first arc, which is the opening of it, and the Kuga world of Kuga, where he goes to the world of Kuga, except for it's not right. Like, I only watched 6 episodes of Kuga, and in this, he's got a girl cop sidekick who he calls sister in Japanese. He calls her Onisan. And
Onisan.
she's the one who's helping him solve because in the original show, they call the bad guys unidentified life forms. So he's fighting and his motivation in Decade is that he's trying to impress her. He's got a crush on her, and she's trying to impress her. And I watched Kuga earlier in the week, and I was like, that's not right. I don't think she was in the original show. And I'm like Googling, and I'm like I don't under. And sure enough, no, she's not. She's original for this show. She's been introduced into it. In the original show, he had a cop or an FBI sidekick, but it was a guy. It was a dude, and he had obviously had no romantic inclinations towards whatsoever.
What, you're saying you didn't want to bang the dude?
No, he did not want to bang the dude. And so yeah, so in his motivations in this are motivated by this girl. He only wants to be Faiz and Kuga.
This girl who he does want to bang.
Yes, that he has a huge crush on. And
okay.
The whole thing of this is the evil bad things are trying to kill female cops for some reason. And so she gets attacked, and he becomes Kuga, and he becomes a recurring character on this show. But it's not the same guy from the original show. He has the same last name, but it's a completely different first name, and his motivations are completely different. And I'm like, yeah, if this is supposed to be a celebration of these shows, if I were like a hard fan of Kuga, that I'd be kind of like, that's not right.
It's the equivalent of if they had this character from Mighty Morphin show up, and they were like, yeah, he's Jason, and he's just a completely different guy.
Yeah, or like if you want to take it into regular superheroes, it would be kind of like if like Spider-Man just lived in LA now, where you're like, that's not quite it.
No. He's Tom Holland, and he lives in Britain.
Yeah, or that too. Yeah. And so then the other episodes I watched was so the first time I ever saw Faiz, which is the show that I selected off your selections, was in this show. And so the first time I watched this show, I was unfamiliar with any of these characters. So I didn't know that this was wrong. And I quite liked this episode. But now that I've seen Faiz, this episode
It's infuriating.
It's infuriating because it's completely wrong. So okay, I'm gonna tell you what
Is it
Agile Fies is after you go next. So
so is it like a thing where he's at least like in an alternate reality, or it's like a
no,
different
no.
reality,
Well, okay.
or
Well, the I guess the concept is that you're supposed to be like it's a Fies world. It's not the Fies world. I think is what you're supposed to get. I
yeah,
don't
because
understand. I tried to research it. I can't figure out why it's wrong. I
because like
can't I
the
can't figure
last two
out.
episodes of Wizard are kind of like that, where it's like he goes into this other world, and so it's like there's certain things where I had to go back.
That was funny, by
I
the
had to
way.
go back and zoom back because I was confused by what was happening.
When you were like, what could possibly happen? I'm like, yeah, that's what Kamen Rider's like. They beat the bad guy, and then there's somehow still 2 episodes left, and you're like, how? What is that?
Yeah,
How is that possible? How is
it
that? I
feels
guess that just didn't happen in Forza, but that happens from kind of that point on. Where you're like,
yeah,
how is
no,
there two more episodes left? Gaim is like
it
that too.
it really feels like the last two episodes. You know how they have those summer movies?
Yeah,
Really feels like the last two episodes was one of those that they split up into like
sure,
into a
sure. We'll get there when we get to Wizard. But
just
anyway, so
because of
how this
what the
is
plot of that was. Is That's
how
just how
this
it
is wrong.
reads.
So, okay, you're not gonna get how this is wrong until I talk about Fies, but I don't want to give away Fies yet. So I'm gonna tell you what this shows says Fies is about. So
Interpretation of it is.
according to this show, Fies takes place at Smart Brain High School, which is a school that does not allow Orphanox, which are the main bad guys in Fies. And the world knows of Orphanox, and Orphanox hide amongst humans by pretending to be humans, but the humans hate Orphanox. And
So immediate notes. So they're just mutants in X-Men.
kinda, yeah. And so there's a group of students in the school called Lucky Clover, and they are secretly Orphanox, and they want to rule the school. But they're being impeded by Fies, Kamen Rider Fies, who is one of the students in disguise. He's Fies. And so he's got a girl that he has a huge crush on because all of these characters have crushes on girls. And she's a photographer. She wants to take pictures. And he wants to be Kamen Rider Fies so he can protect her dreams. And he is revealed as Kamen Rider Fies when it turns out, spoiler alert, big surprise, he is actually an Orphanoch. He is the Wolf Orphanoch. And
Oh no.
they end up the gimmick with Decade and each of these riders is he basically he has amnesia. He doesn't remember anything, and all of his powers have disappeared. So he has to go to each of these worlds and get the power from each of those worlds, which manifests as it's called a final attack ride. And usually it's like he turns them into a thing. So like the previous one was Kamen Rider Blade. He turned him into a sword, a big sword. Or Kuga, he turns into a gun. Or no, like a bow and arrow thing, I think. And then Fies, he turns him into a gun. And it's just like, yeah, this episode fundamentally just kind of completely misunderstands Fies in like a major way. This really feels like what would become Forza. Because it's the same. It's pretty much like there's the monsters who are at the school and they're all in disguise and Fies is fighting them. Like it feels like this is what became Forza years later. Like that's what it reminded me of. This really reminded me of Forza. This was nothing like Fies, like at all. Like the guy who is Fies in the episode, he has the same last name or the same first name, I think, as
Bless you.
as the original guy, but it is not the original guy. It has none of the side characters from Fies. It just kind of seems like they only had access to like three or like there's the one guy who he kind of looks like the guy from the main show, but like one of the main Orphanochs, he kind of looks like him, but he's like a Weasley Japanese guy with like glasses, like they look similar, but like they're not the same character, and so it just kind of comes across like they only had access to like 4 Orphanoch costumes, and just kind of worked around that and rewrote it. But I couldn't find. I tried to look it up. I couldn't find any like behind the scenes information as to why none of these are right. And it also makes me I've seen this before. Oh, and the other interesting thing about it is it's short. I'm kind of tempted to push for you to watch it because it's only 32 episodes.
Ooh, that sounds refreshing.
I know, right? I was like, ooh, I could actually probably knock this out in a week. But it's only 32 episodes.
That sounds delightfully short.
One of the ones I've always wanted to watch is Kiva, Kamen Rider Kiva, and I'm considering watching that, or at least watching a few episodes of it, to see how wrong it is. Because yeah, I don't know these shows. The first time I watched it, I didn't know it well enough to know how wrong it was, and this time I did, and it made it frustrating. Like it made it because not like he also has 2 additional riders who show up in his show. Spoiler alert! That aren't in this episode. They don't show up. They don't even show up. DN doesn't summon them. It's just Fies who shows up, and it's weird. It's very strange. But anyway, that was Kamen Rider DK. Oh, I should also. Sorry. Before I wrap it up, man, maybe I'll hold on. The ending's bad. The ending is really bad. You know what? Maybe I will push for you to watch it next time. Because the ending's bad.
I understand. But, for my last have seen, which again, we're playing fast and loose with that term this week, but, is, Morai Sentai Time Ranger. Which I really like Time Ranger. But that's
Did you make it to Fire Red?
No.
You would know him as the Quantum Ranger.
Oh, no. I don't think he comes into like episode 20 or something.
Ah, shame. He's even cooler than the Quantum Ranger. He's a badass.
I watched to episode 12, and no, he wasn't there yet.
I just suspect there has to be a third act, like a bad guy who comes in like the later episodes. That's actually cool.
Yeah, that's where. Okay, so hold on, thought.
They're also unique. They don't kill their bad guys.
No, they lock them up.
Yeah. One of the few Sentais that don't kill their bad guys.
So, sorry, words are difficult. I watched like the first 5 episodes last time, and part of why I enjoy this is because if I'm being honest, I think Time Rangers is my favorite Power Rangers series. It's got like interesting and characters that have depth. And this is definitely an example of where I do think the Power Ranger version of this is better than this version.
I think it is. I think it's better.
And that has everything to do with the fact that their main bad guy in the English version is just Rancid.
Yeah, we talked about it last time. How Rancic is just a superior bad guy.
He's just more interesting than the Frog guy.
So the Frog guy not getting any more interesting, huh?
He's just and well, it's not even just that. Like his character is boring, which I do think it is. But like when it's a big goofy thing like that, it's hard to take seriously.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but I mean, before I said the same thing about Go-Go 5, where I'm like, yeah, where it's just a kind of a generic monster. Like, yeah.
I
hate comparing it, but yeah, when it comes to Kamen Rider, where it's like when he turns back into a human, and you can connect to it, it's just a bit more interesting.
Yeah, well, it makes it. Yeah,
even if it has a monster form that it turns into.
That's my thing. Is like it, and to be fair, some of the Power Ranger monsters do that too, where like they have the like Scorponok, I think was one.
Yeah.
Where she has the human form, so you can relate with her, and she can have human emotions, but then she also has her monster form, where she turns into the thing from the suit.
That one's not a fair one because she's been dubbed over in that. But I get your point. Yeah, I do get your point. Yeah.
My point is that
it's just a
like
generic frog monster guy who doesn't really have much of a personality, or his personality is he's boisterous and loud. That's his personality. Yeah, it's not interesting.
Well, his personality is
I'm the bad guy and I do this so much.
And it kind of more he reads to me. He doesn't read like I'm the one in charge. He reads like if we were to go back to the Zoo Ranger, he reads to me like there's the skinny one and the fat one.
Yes.
The bumbling sidekick. That's what he reads as, because when you look at him, that's what I see.
He reads as probably by episode 30 or 40 he's gonna get killed and the new guy's gonna come in and take over.
or something. I would have to assume,
He gives me that vibe.
um,
He absolutely gives me that
because
vibe.
he just doesn't read as serious bad guy.
No.
Um,
Clearly not, because he
uh,
didn't make it into Power Rangers Time Force. So
yeah. Well, I think I think I think I looked this up last time. I believe in Time Force. I think he's like one of the sidekicks, like one of the monsters that hangs around
yeah,
Rancic.
yeah. Well,
Um,
maybe
if I remember, if I remember
I seem
correctly,
to recall him being a single episode villain.
that might have been it.
But
I do
he
remember
is in it.
he is in it in some capacity.
Yeah.
I just don't remember what
That's
it
why I'm like,
is.
he must get. There's no way he lives to the end of this. Like, there's no way. Like, he's just not. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I
Um,
don't remember him. That's how unmemorable he is.
so to answer the questions, good guys are the Power Rangers, obviously. Bad guys are
The
a group
Time
of
Rangers, Jordan.
yeah. The bad guys are a group of time criminals who escape to the past.
And this is their
And
continuing adventures. So
this is their continuing adventures.
no major status quo changes at this point.
Not at this point. The biggest one is that there's a news reporter who has been getting pictures of the Time Rangers, and she figures out their secret identity. Um, and
Oh
uh,
snap!
and her news report, she's been like, are they working with, like, are they secretly police members? Are they working with the
Technically,
police? And no, they're not. They're vigilantes. They have nothing to do with the
they're
police.
technically time cops. Oh no, is that only from Power Rangers?
They're technically time cops, but I'm talking with modern day
Oh,
police.
no, they're technically vigilantes.
And so the police have basically been like not giving a comment, and they're not giving a comment. So it's like I see the setup for the Quantum Ranger.
Yeah. Oh,
Or
yeah. No,
or
I think they do something similar to the Silver Guardians or whatever that they do in Power Rangers.
yeah, I could see where the setup is
Yeah.
there, and I probably within the next 3 or 4 episodes they probably have that starting to get set up.
Time Fire is what he's called, and he's a badass.
But where I'm at, not yet.
No,
But
interesting.
this is one where I could see myself coming in and
He's
finishing this.
very similar. He's very similar too. Yeah, I think maybe next time. I don't know. Should we talk about it a third time for the next one? We just finally just finish it. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Jordan, is that it for Time Ranger?
I think if I was to do that, what I would want to do is, sorry, I'm thinking out loud, is I would want to do this as I have not seen and finish this entirely, and potentially, especially because I've already started it and I would just continue from where I was at, and potentially watch as I have seen watch a bunch of Time Force.
Well, what I want to do is I want to do again. We'll talk about it, but I want to do a dual challenge where maybe once we finish more, like where there's like 10 episodes or like maybe 15 episodes left, and then we finish a series as a half scene.
Interesting. All I know
as
is that,
well
yeah,
as doing the have not seen full 50.
I might then at that point have one have seen be this and one have seen be.
That's what I would do.
Time Force.
Probably what I might do next time is I'll do the half scene be Go 5 and the other half scene be Lightspeed Rescue.
And then be able to actively compare the two.
We'll melt it down. We'll clay it. We'll make some clay. That's not happening for at least another few months. Jordan, is that it for Time Ranger?
That's Time Ranger.
All right, now we're into the meat.
Still really solid.
We're into the meat of this. So I think. So your have not seen is just Wizard, right?
My have not seen is Godzilla Final Wars and Kamen Rider Wizard.
Okay. So you do.
I'm ending on Wizard.
Okay. So I got to start on Fies because I'm going to end on. So I did for my have not seen. I did Fies and then I did the 2 Fies movies. So I'm going to do the show first and then I'm going to end on the movies. So I'm going to do it. I guess opposite here.
If we're in a time crunch, I can skip Godzilla Final Wars.
No, we're not in a time crunch. I'm just. I wasn't sure if you had done 2, so I wasn't sure if I was just going to smash all the Fies shit together. But no, if you've got another thing, then we'll back and forth. Fies. So Kamen Rider Fies came out in 2003, And the basic premise of it is, we already went. It's okay. So where Decay goes wrong is it does not take place at a school. Doesn't take place at Smart Brain School. It doesn't take place.
Smart Brain School.
Smart Brain.
Oh,
Well, so
God.
okay, so basically in this world there's a corporation called the Smart Brain Corporation, and they are run by the Orphanox. And Orphanox are creatures you basically become when you die. And there's two kinds of Orphanox. There's natural Orphanox if you have this special gene in you. It's mutants, like you said. But if you got the special gene in you, when you die, you are reborn as an Orphanox, and you come to life again. Or you become one if you get attacked by an Orphanox, and they can give you the compound or whatever, and you become an Orphanox that way. The unnatural ones don't last. They die on their own. They die really quickly. And so the one of the people who works for Smart Brain, he sends out various Kamen Rider belts to his foster children, all of whom belong to a special school called the Ryusei School. They survived some sort of massacre at a reunion of theirs. And so the girl sidekick in this show, she winds up with the belt, but she can't use it. And so she runs into the main guy, Kamen Rider Faiz, and he uses the belt. And one of the gimmicks in this season is that different characters can use the belts. If they have only Orphanox can use the belt. And so if you're an Orphanox, you can use the belt. So there's moments where like the bad guy will yank the belt off of his waist and put it on and use it and start attacking them. Or there's points where she's like, do you have the belt? I'm like, no, I don't have the belt. So it's not like, the modern stuff where the belt just appears or they just have the belt on them at all times. Like there's times where they don't have it. Like they're often carrying it around in a little briefcase. And what's fun about this show, and why I'm glad you gave it to me as an option, is the Orphanox are not purely good or evil all of the time. So yes, there are the evil ones who are evil, but there is also a faction of good ones who want to be human and protect humans. And so there's times where Orphanox are fighting each other. Like there's the one guy, he's the horse one, and he often teams up with Faiz. And because Faiz can switch, over the course of the show, there's like 4 or 5 different people who are Faiz at any one point. Because of that, the horse guy initially, he just sees Faiz show up and unceremoniously just execute his friends. Like the big thing is like the Smart Brain Orphanox, they think that Orphanox should attack humans, like just kill humans indiscriminately. And the other Orphanox don't want to do that. And so there's certain Orphanox who just want to live as a human. Like they don't want to be a bad guy or attack. And so they hide as humans.
So what you're saying is there's a group of these Equinox guys who want to join Magneto and overthrow humanity and show them that they're the superior race. Yes. And then there's the group that are with Xavier, Equinox, yes. Xavier, who just want to live in peace.
Orphanox, but yes.
Or whatever, who just want to live in peace. Justin, yes. It really doesn't matter. I'm just going to call them mutants. There's the mutants that want to live with Xavier,
yes.
Who want to live in peace and want to just be left the fuck alone.
More they just want to exist as regular people. So
that's what I said.
There's early episodes, where they show up and they're like, you got to, if they gain control of the belt. And they're like, because they want the belt. The whole thing is the early episodes are them trying to get the belts away. And at one point they do. And
the Magneto group.
They're sending out. They're like, if you don't attack humans, we're gonna put you down, execute you. And so the others.
Well, that seems harsh.
Yeah. It's really. There's a character named Ku. I can't remember his name. It starts with a K. But he's my favorite character. He's my favorite.
Magneto in this show is just a real monster.
He's my favorite character. He's basically like Jack Sparrow and Axel from Kingdom Hearts combined. He's that kind of aloof. I'm a badass kind of character. He has a really fun arc.
The name's Axel. Got it memorized.
There's a really
savvy.
There's a really fun bit early on where he's having a real identity crisis. So he dyes his hair blonde along with the idiot friend character. and they decide that they want to be a hero, so they save a kid from this fire, and they're like, the fire was so hot it melted the blonde from your hair. He's got such an attitude. He's really funny. He's like, oh, I don't care. And he develops this affinity for this kid. It's really fun. It's really fun art.
So they really can't say that they didn't start the fire.
Yeah.
We didn't start the fire.
And yeah, so yeah, the fun bit is, yeah, that the belt can swap around. So there's a bit where the whole bit of the show is the main guy's having this kind of crisis of conscience of, do I fight people? Do I kill these people if when they deserve it? And kind of comes to this realization that, like, yeah, no, he has to if they've gone rogue or they've gone bad, but he doesn't always have to execute them. And then, yes, midway through the series, there's a big twist you find out, and it's a big twist. It's a big spoiler that the main guy, the reason why, because for a lot of the show, the mystery is how come he can use the belt? Why can he use the belt? And the big twist is he is also an Orphanaut, and he's the wolf Orphanaut because he's a lone wolf type guy. He's one of the stoic common riders whose background is mysterious, and he's an aloof loner because he became an Orphanaut when he was a kid, and he thinks that he's the one who killed all of the Ryusei people. And big twist later on, you find out that they were executed so that they could be injected with the Orphanaut serum, so it could be found out if regular humans could be turned into Orphanauts or not, and that's why they can all use the belt. So the second rider in the show, basically the second rider in the show is the second belt. If you use it, will kill you, and the one guy, he can use it without it killing him, and so his whole deal, he's just an asshole. He's a dick. His thing is he hates all Orphanauts blanketly. So if you're an Orphanaut, he hates you, and he never.
So he's not a racist because he can't hate a race if they're all gone.
And so, my thing with him is, you know how earlier you were like, that's pretty much his attitude. Remember how early on you were like
I can't be racist towards a racist that's extinct, like those glorophobes, dirty money grubbing glorophobes.
Like those Orphanauts. No, so you know how earlier you were like, if the second rider does the I'm an annoying or I'm an aloof badass or whatever, they usually go through an arc where they become a good guy. He doesn't go through that arc.
They become a Piccolo.
They become a Piccolo. He's just an asshole the whole time. And so spoiler alert.
So he's a Vegeta.
Yeah, no matter what, like, there's points where they're like, yeah, dude, you know, like they've helped us like a bajillion times, and he's a cool dude. Like, he's a really cool dude. Like, he's not a bad guy. Get over it. And he's like, nah, you're an Orphanaut. Or like he works with Fies for the whole time. His name's Kamen Rider Kaiza. It's Kaixa. Kaiza is how they pronounce it. And what he finds out that
X does not make a Z noise.
It does in Japanese.
Although I guess it does. Xylophone.
Kaiza. When you find out that Kamen Rider Fies is a wolf, he then from that point I was like, I will inevitably have to kill you because you're an Orphanaut. And so the guy who the horse Orphanaut, he's my favorite.
And wait, the guy who's a xenophobe is not an Orphanaut?
Orphanaut, and no, he's not. He has Orphanaut DNA in him, but it failed, so he didn't become a full blown Orphanaut.
Oh, so he can have his cake and eat it too. He can use the powers and not be an Orphanaut?
Pretty much. And so he's out for revenge because they got attacked by them, so he hates them all. And he gets, spoiler alert, dies in the back half of the season, and he gets killed, and it's really brutal. I think I sent you a clip of it where he gets lifted up, and you see a guy crush his throat.
Yeah.
You don't. The show does that thing where it wants you to feel bad for him, but he hasn't had any form of a redemptive arc. So you're like, it just kind of seems like this is for the best. It kind of seems like, but the guy who's the horse, who he kind of has this, like, he's basically spending the whole the main guy goes evil at a point, and he joins the bad guys because he everyone finds that he's an Orphanoch, so he wants to get killed because he doesn't want to live as an Orphanoch. And he's going through this whole like, no, you're the one who taught me that you can be whatever. And so he in the third act twist, he loses his faith. He has a friend who's a girl. She gets killed, and he has this huge crisis of faith and becomes a bad guy. And so he takes the belt off the second guy and he kills him with his own belt. And it's really, really metal and really badass. And yeah, I love the seasons where it's the monsters are humans, because yeah, it allows for nuance where the Kamen Rider isn't necessarily the good guy, and the monsters aren't necessarily the bad guy. And there's times where it's like, yeah, they're showing this really sick move or sick moment, but he's attacking a good guy and I don't want them to die. And like, Kamen Rider is the kind of show where you're like, oh no, is this character I like my favorite character, gonna bite it? Also, I like Kaiser. His gun is also a sword. So he's got his gun and then he activates it and the sword comes out the bottom and he holds it like this. And he fights like that with it like backhanded, and it's really badass. It's really cool. I thing that I wondered, and I don't know how to find this out. I'd love to know, do the suit actors get to pick the fighting style for each of the riders? Because each of the riders has a decidedly different fighting style. Like Fies,
I would say probably not. I would say probably the casting director has or whoever wrote it has a specific idea of what that fighting style is supposed to be, and they then find an actor that will suit, like a special guy, an actor who suits it.
Because Fies is way more of a boxer. Like that, it's funny because him turning into a gun in Decade, he's not a shooter. He doesn't have a gun. He doesn't really have a gun. Like he does eventually develop an ability where he kind of has a gun, but he's more of a, and he kind of uses a sword, but not really. But he's more of a punchy guy. Like he's a boxer. He's a straight brawling boxer where he punch, pushes away, punch. Like those are all of his fight sequences, and it's really fun to watch compared to like a wizard who is a kicky guy.
Yeah, kicky and sword guy.
Yeah, and yeah, that's part one of Fies. Also, that's the other thing that made me laugh. I mentioned, I love how every episode ends with "Keep your eyes on Fies." Keep your eyes on Fies. And then the last episode, it's for the final time. Keep your eyes on Fies. And I'm like, that's nice. I like that. It's a nice touch. So I think the video that this is probably going to be called "Keep Your Eyes on Fies."
Keep your eyes on Fies. It's a wizard of a time.
It's a wizard of a time. I like that.
And then you can combine Fies and wizard into one.
Oh no, Fies is going to be its own video because I'm going to combine it with the movies. Godzilla Final Wars, you say?
Yeah, this is my first have not seen. This is not going to be a very long one, but I watched Godzilla Final Wars, which was a fever dream.
Yeah, I didn't have the heart to tell you that. It's funny when you picked it, I was like, I don't have the heart to tell him that Godzilla's not really in it all that much.
He's really in it enough.
It's really more of a kung fu movie for large portions of it.
He's in it enough.
There's a point where two characters are doing like martial arts fighting, and you're like, this is supposed to be a Godzilla movie, right?
Yeah, so my thing with this movie, I said this to you as I was watching it, and I think you largely disagreed with me, but it feels like a fan movie.
I guess on paper I could kind of see what you mean in the sense that like
it doesn't.
It's a very expensive movie, but it's
no. But I'm not talking in terms of budget. I'm just talking in terms of.
This guy did this thing. It was like.
Like I'm just talking in terms of like, yeah, it feels like someone got their their monster toys and smashed them together.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like and just even in terms of like, even just in terms of like, and I don't know how to articulate this properly, but just the way it's shot, the way it's certain angles, the way certain certain filmmaking things, it just feels like the best example I can think of is there was that fan Sonic one where it was voiced by Jaleel White.
Yeah, and it's like I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go that far.
But to me, because it doesn't, no, but I think it's because of how much CGI there is and these monsters don't feel, they're not big enough, they're not clunky enough, they don't feel
Yeah.
like
There's
the
a lot of
monsters.
bad CGI. That's sort of when Toei was discovering CGI. There's some bad CGI in that movie. I
But
will not.
it's not even just that there's the bad CGI. It's that like it's too high paced. It's too action, like it's too fast. It's too furious. Um, like there's a scene where Godzilla and this one monster are fighting and they're tossing rocks back and forth, like the rock back and forth at each other. And it's just it feels God okay.
No, Godzilla would
Again,
absolutely. There's scenes where he's thrown rocks at guys before. That's
no, but like when he's throwing it like in even in like the American one, it's slow. It feels slow, right? Like it feels like they're big and clunky and like he's like a 500 foot, like a gigantic
yeah,
fucking lizard,
yeah.
right?
It's the thing I always say. The CGI feels weightless.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's what makes it
There's
feel
no
like a fan
concept
film.
or there's no concept or thought to put to how much Godzilla weighs because there's obviously not a lot of money being put to this. And that
No,
movie's very.
there's a lot of money
There's a
being put towards this.
it's a very CGI. Yeah, it's a very no,
So budget,
not in the way that America would.
budget, it had a $19.3 million budget,
Dollars or
and it had
yen?
yen. It was 1.9 billion yen.
Yeah, okay.
Dollars, it was 19.3
I know that
million
there's a lot of
dollars.
weird American involvement. Like there's that one character who just speaks English for some reason.
Yeah, which was weird and off-putting.
Inexplicably.
And it only
speaks English.
box office, it only made $9.1 million. So
This was also the
didn't
last Godzilla movie. That's why it's called Final Wars.
didn't do too well. Um,
Pretty sure it's the last
but
one until Shin Godzilla. I think I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Until Shin.
there's a reason why it's called Godzilla, and there's a reason why they bring back literally every monster ever. I think the only character who doesn't come back in it is Jet Jaguar, but it's got Manila in it of all characters.
It has. Hold on, I can tell you.
And they kill Zilla in one of the greatest Godzilla scenes of all time, where he throws Zilla up in the air and fire breaths him.
There's a part here where it tells you. It has.
Don't read the whole list.
No, I'm just looking for the monsters.
Don't read all the monsters.
Well, there's not that many. Hold on. Film stars. Why am I in when I'm reading this while you're talking, I can find the exact part that I want. And then when I want it, I can't find it. King of Monsters God. Okay, so there's Godzilla, there's Mothra,
Yep. There's
there's
Rodan. There's
Gigan,
Rodan.
there's Rodan,
Yep.
there's Zilla,
Yep.
there's King Caesar, Kamacuras, Kumonga,
Yep.
Ebira,
Yep. Really.
Hedora, and that's it.
I just remember the real like any Godzilla movie. The middle of it is real fucking boring. That's just. But this is the movie that when anyone is ever like, they complain about the American Godzilla movies not having enough Godzilla in them. This is the one I always point to where I'm like,
Oh yeah, and
Godzilla is in exactly I think 10 minutes of this movie.
There's
generously.
Monster X. No, he's in like a solid 40 minutes, 30, 40
no,
minutes.
No, absolutely not. He gets killed off immediately in the beginning, and then he's not in it for like the rest of it.
He doesn't get killed off. He gets sealed in ice. There's the difference.
For all intents and purposes, he's dead for like 90% of that movie, and then he comes back at the end for like 30 minutes.
Well, it's like I said, 30 to 40.
And it constantly cuts away from him. So he's like barely in that movie.
But the scenes that he are in are fucking sick.
They are fucking
like
sick. But the rest of it is really boring.
He is dope in this. Yeah, but that's the case with every Godzilla
I know.
movie.
This is the one I point to though, where I'm like, yeah, there's a weird kung fu fight in the middle that has nothing to do with Godzilla.
But that's where I say like,
which is at least interesting.
The monster,
it's not
the monster fights that he is in are too. I don't know how to word it. Too action heavy. They don't feel like Godzilla fights.
I mean, yeah. To be fair, that's at that era where they were just discovering CGI.
And yeah, this movie just to me feels like bad fan fiction.
I completely disagree. I don't think that's true.
That's my opinion.
This movie was very much their like send off and love letter to everything Godzilla. It was like this was the last
And
one.
yet
This was
it
the
doesn't
final one.
and yet it doesn't feel like a Godzilla movie to me.
I mean, I don't know what more you would want out of a Godzilla movie.
I want him to not feel like he's not Godzilla.
But he does. He does feel like he's.
I want him to feel like no, but he doesn't. Like even in the modern ones, even though it is CGI, he still feels like a guy in a big suit.
Yeah, but again,
whereas this doesn't feel
mid-level Godzilla moved around
feels
fast
like,
and
this feels like what, you know how we always talk about like this is what they were picturing when they made those original movies. This was what like they envisioned in their head. This feels like that. Like if they could put what they envisioned on his head, like on, but that doesn't feel like Godzilla to me. If that makes sense.
But again, he was a really fast paced fight. That's where I'm like, that just tells me you haven't watched or you don't remember enough Godzilla movies. Because he was a fast paced, punchy, especially in the 80s.
No, he was a big, bulky, slow guy in a suit.
Not when you're doing Destroy All Monsters is very much like. That's what that movie is, but it's in the 1970s. This movie, it's just Destroy All Monsters. Like that is a criticism I will field, where it's literally just Destroy All Monsters. I think I saw a criticism of that nature, where it's just that movie. Like it's literally the same movie.
I can't speak to that. It's been too long since I've seen that one.
So yeah, that just tells me you need to watch more like 1970s, Megalodon. Godzilla vs. Megalodon, where you got like Jet Jaguar, that era of Godzilla. That's what this is very reminiscent of.
Yeah. All I know is that for me watching this movie, and again, maybe it's because I watched several big clunky, he's the guy in the rubber suit, 60s Godzilla,
yeah, but again,
and then I watched
when he was rubber suit Godzilla. I mean, I could see the argument for it being overly CGI. That I could see, and being like the CGI is weightless, like he moves around like he doesn't weigh 10,000 pounds. Okay.
Yeah, like I'm having a hard time articulating what I'm trying to say.
Not explaining it,
but well. it just doesn't feel like Godzilla to me.
Because Godzilla is not a slow plotting character. I don't know where you're getting that.
But he is.
But he's not. He's not.
But he is.
He's not. He's not.
But he is.
But he's not.
He is.
He's not though.
He is.
Not that version of Godzilla. No, yes, there's versions of Godzilla where you do the slow plotting. Because you're thinking of like modern. They need to show his scale, and he moves very slowly. But no, during like again the 70s and 80s, like you're the height of the Showa era of Godzilla. No, he's like things are. It's more like Godzilla versus King Kong than it is he's a slow. Where no, he still moves quickly and he moves rapidly and he moves fast. There's no thought put to his weight or anything like that. Like if you want to be like it looks too CGI, not enough like a rubber suit, I'll give you that. But no, Godzilla, especially when he fights guys, he's very like 90% is him throwing them around. And
to me, it doesn't feel like Godzilla.
That tells me you haven't watched enough Godzilla. That's what that tells me. Because having seen that movie, no, that movie is the ultimate Godzilla movie. That movie is like a love letter.
It doesn't feel like it to me. It feels like a bad fan fiction.
I don't know what you have not explained this well, because it is. Like, as someone who has seen that movie like is like an absolute love letter to.
It feels like a student film. It feels like
But,
it just
but what makes it feel? Is it the writing? Is it the acting?
It's the style.
But what does that mean? What do you mean by that?
What do you mean? What does that mean? It's the style. It's the way it's shot. It's the way it's filmed. It's the way it looks.
It looks like a Godzilla movie. It
doesn't to me. It looks like it looks like a student, like a one that you'd put on YouTube, I took Sonic and I put it into the Unreal Engine.
But it doesn't.
Yes, it does. It does to me.
It looks like an exceedingly expensive Japanese movie, which means it looks like a B-grade American movie. But no, yeah, like it has the scale and the scope. Yeah, the CGI doesn't look great, but to be fair, it's also from 2010. But no, that again, it's one of the best Godzilla movies.
From 2004.
It was 2004, but whatever. You get my point. It's 2004 Japan CGI. So yeah, the CGI doesn't.
Yeah, it looked weird to me.
I don't. You've not explained this well, and I just don't feel like if you showed me the movie, you'd be able to. I don't understand what you mean. You're not explaining this well at all. Again, yeah.
Hey man, I said from the beginning I can't articulate it. I can't put it into words. I will
give you.
It looks weird to me.
It looks like Japan CGI, which is to say, it looks 3 years older than it is, which it does.
But it's not even that. It's the way that it's shot.
I don't. But what does that mean? What does that mean? The way it's shot.
What do you mean? What does it mean? I've already articulated the best I can. It's just the way that it's filmed. It doesn't feel like a professionally made movie.
But it is. I don't understand.
I'm not saying it's not.
I'm
not saying that it's not.
But it does look like
I'm saying it. No, it feels like something you'd throw up on YouTube and be like, "Look what I spent an afternoon making." But it doesn't look like a real movie.
Especially the scenes where it's like the guys are doing kung fu fights up and down the whatever. Like no, and you've got Godzilla throwing Godzilla. Yeah, that looks like 2004 era Japan CGI, sure, but it doesn't look any more or less like a competently made God. So the thing about the Godzilla movies is they always look more or less consistent with the era. Like yeah, it looks consistent of the 2000, like Godzilla 2000, the Millennia, because that's technically what that era is. It looks like that era of Godzilla movies, sure, but it still looks like a Toei made Godzilla movie. It still looks like
I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't say that Zilla looks like a Godzilla movie either.
No, I'm saying a Godzilla 2000, as in the Godzilla not the 1998 Godzilla movie. There's a movie that came out. It's an American. It's the American release is called Godzilla 2000. I don't remember what it's called in Japan, but
I don't know what that is. I've not seen that.
You have seen it. We watched it years and years ago at a.
The one where they're in New York. That's Zilla.
No. There's another one that came out after that. It's technically the first one in these run of movies. So the run that you're.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
If I could show you the poster, you'd probably recognize the poster. But I don't remember what it's called. But it's the one where it's like the meteor crash lands, and it lands on the beach, and then it opens up. One of the monster was in one of the Godzilla fighting games we played. But in America, they released it as a sequel to the 1998 movie. And they marketed it as it, and they called it Godzilla 2000, and they were like, "This is the real Godzilla." That there's a the concept of Mechagodzilla being man-made and being piloted.
Yeah,
that comes from
that was from like the 60s.
No, originally Mechagodzilla was not piloted. The concept of Mechagodzilla being piloted, originally he's an alien thing. The concept of him being human-made and being man-piloted comes from this run of Godzilla movies. So every Godzilla is broken down into various eras. So there's the Showa era, there's the Heisei era, there's the Millennium era, and then there's the modern era. So we grew up in the Heisei era. That was our era of movies. That's where like Batra and the Mothra movie we've seen came from. The Millennium era, this is the end of. So that's why it's called Godzilla Final Wars. So this is that era of, and they all just kind of had that weird dark edge kind of. The thing, I think this one is where they discover CGI. So I think Godzilla is CGI more than he's not. But that era does start with him in a suit. But I think this is where he becomes CGI. So I will not disagree with you and say that probably the CGI looks bad. Also, there's that scene where I think it's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably the random American actors.
There's that, yeah. I think it's partially the CGI. I think it's partially the random American actor, and like there's just certain zoom ins on his face where it's like it just doesn't look right. It looks like a bad. It looks like a bad fan film.
But again, it doesn't. But I think your problem is.
It does.
I think your problem is I think this was an American Japanese co-production, and so I think what happens is like the act, and again I guarantee you it's that kung fu shit where it's the human characters and it feels like a completely different movie. Like I guarantee you it's that shit.
Well, I mean, it's that part of it, yes, but it is also just the fights. The big monster fights feel too fast.
I don't know what you mean. They don't. They don't look too fast.
It doesn't.
I
It
don't know what you
doesn't
mean.
feel like what I had been watching all week. It doesn't feel like
but
I'm
you watched-
watching
you
a
watched-
big monster on a screen.
But you watched
It
one big
feels
monster movie. You watched
no.
the worst one. You watched.
I watched Gamera. I watched that.
Yeah, okay.
I watched.
But again, you didn't watch. You watched one Godzilla. Well, I guess you actually watched two Gods. But again, you watched the two worst Godzilla movies. You watched like mid Showa era Godzilla movie. But yeah, no, Godzilla like Destroy All Monsters is a fast paced.
Not as fast as he is in this.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
I've seen that movie. He is.
He's not.
Yes, he is.
Like this felt like I was watching like Dragon Ball Z.
But no,
like it was too fast.
I've seen this
yes,
movie.
Yes, it does.
I've seen this movie. I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, no, like I will say maybe some of the CGI is a bit floaty, but no, it's not like Godzilla's doing flips and kicks. Like you're making it out like he's flying in the air. And
it
like,
just doesn't. To me, it doesn't feel like Godzilla.
Like,
we can go back and forth on this all day.
You're not explaining what you mean by that. Like you're making.
I
this
have
claim,
thoroughly.
You haven't.
Yes,
you're just
I have.
You just keep saying it just looks like a fan film, but you're not explaining what that means. Like,
what do you want from me? What it looks like a fan
film. But it
film.
Doesn't.
It does.
Doesn't. I've seen this
does.
movie. It looks like a Godzilla movie. I don't.
To
know.
you.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're starting to annoy me, man.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, that's great.
You're doing that thing. You're doing that thing where you're making a claim and you're not explaining your claim. Like you're not explaining it well. I don't get what you mean.
Because I can't articulate it. It just doesn't look like a Godzilla movie to me. And I don't know what you want from me. I've already said I can't put it into words. I can't explain it. It just doesn't look good.
I don't know. It's because that movie has some of the most iconic Godzilla moments in the franchise. Like
which don't feel like Godzilla moments to me.
But they do. Like
they don't.
Like him killing Zilla is like an iconic moment that he absolutely would do. Like because they didn't have the technology, or like there's nothing any more ridiculous in that movie than the Godzilla tail slide or the Godzilla tail flip or anything from the Showa era. Like there's nothing in there that's any less Godzilla than any other Godzilla thing, other than like some slightly dated CGI, which yeah, I'm not going to say that you're wrong, but there's nothing about that fundamentally doesn't feel like Godzilla. I watched that movie recently. It feels like a Godzilla movie in that, yes, it's excessively boring in the middle part of it, and the fights are all right, but there's nothing any more or less Godzilla or like than any other of those Godzilla movies. I don't get what you mean.
I don't know what else to tell you. He doesn't feel like a good Godzilla movie to me.
But why? Again, what makes it any worse? It's better than Emera.
Justin, we keep going over and over this. Because it doesn't. No, but Emera feels like a Godzilla movie.
He's barely in that movie. Or it's better than the one where Godzilla isn't even in it technically.
But what he is in it feels like Godzilla. It doesn't feel like Godzilla to me.
Or it's better than Godzilla's Revenge or All Monsters Attack. It's better than that. That's not even a Godzilla movie. He's not even a character in that movie. Like he's a character.
No, but what is in that movie of Godzilla feels like Godzilla.
Yes,
Godzilla doesn't feel like Godzilla in this.
What doesn't make him feel like Godzilla? What specifically?
He's too fast.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
He's too fast. He moves too fast. But he fights too fast.
He moves just as fast in those movies.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
He's big and clunky and a guy in a big suit.
But he's not big. Well, yes, okay, he's a guy in a big suit because he's obviously CGI, and I'm guessing he's probably not always CGI. They probably do have a suit in that movie. But, like, he moves like Godzilla in those fights. He doesn't not move like God. It's not like he's again, doing kick flips or, like, doing flips, or he still vaguely moves like Godzilla.
No, the fights are not the part where I say it feels like a student film. That's not what I'm talking about when I say that. I'm talking about the large sections with the humans. Specifically, yes, you're right. The human general character and certain angles, certain pans, certain frames, cinematography. I don't know if that's what the term is. I don't know what the term is. But yes, it doesn't feel like a Godzilla movie. It doesn't feel like an actual movie. It feels like someone has gone in and thrown in their fan sections into an actual movie, and those parts aren't part of that movie. They were added on to the movie. They don't feel like they're part of the movie.
Okay, that makes sense. Yes, the human scenes are not very good.
And I don't like the fights. I don't
I
like how they move in them. And I think that has everything to do with the fact that yes, you're right, it's CGI. Specifically, yeah, there's a point where fucking there's Godzilla and I think it's Ankira
yeah.
where they're like batting a rock back and forth and it's moving at like hyper speeds and it's like, yes, clearly in the old versions when they're the big guys in the suit and they're tossing the rock, that's what they're picturing. I get that's what they're picturing. But because I've got 30 plus years of watching a guy in a big suit, it doesn't look right.
Well,
It
yeah,
doesn't feel like
the
Godzilla
CGI
because I
looks
don't like
bad.
the CGI.
Yes, the CGI. That's what it is. It's the CGI that looks bad, and it looks like it doesn't look. The character doesn't.
It makes the character not feel real. Like not real, but like
Yes.
not like Godzilla.
Because Japanese CGI is 5 to 10 years behind everyone else. So we know. Yeah, no, there's times, and you know what? I think this is probably. We'll talk about Wizard. There's times in Wizard where the CGI looks bad. Like, it just looks bad. But you're like, but it's Japan. Like, you gotta be fair to this thing. It's like, it doesn't have, have the
there's
money.
There's a difference between a show looking bad and a movie looking bad.
No, but it's the same deal with the movies. They don't have the... This one, I think, is different. I think probably where your ire is drawn is because I'm pretty sure this was an American co-production, which is why it has American actors in it. And I think... Like, yeah, it's the weird black guys in New York. It's the weird random general who's just there and speaks English for some reason. Like, I think
it just says produced by its subsidiary Toho Pictures.
Oh, maybe I don't know. Maybe it's not, but it's the American. It's trying to look like I think it's intentionally trying to look like an American movie, and that's probably what's off-putting. It's Japanese people trying to make an American movie, but. Yeah, no, the Japanese CGI always looks worse. It just always looks worse. And I could see the argument for, this is Godzilla, he's a popular franchise, spend the fucking money. And to be fair, it could be argued that they eventually did, because Shin Godzilla and Godzilla Minus One look great. So
see, all the clips that I've seen of Shin Godzilla make that movie look like an abomination and absolutely make me have no desire to watch it.
You can argue about the merits of the design of Godzilla himself. I'm just saying the CGI looks good.
Now, the other one, Godzilla minus.
Yeah.
What was it? Godzilla minus? Minus one. That one is art.
Yeah, that one's great. Yeah, no, Shin Godzilla. I there's design aesthetics I don't like. I've never liked that movie. We're not here to talk about that movie. I would be interested to hear your thoughts on it, though.
I suppose my final thoughts for this movie is. I kind of liked it.
Hey, to be completely fair, it was the last one. That was the last one. This to be fair, this was meant to be a big blowout. Again, big blowout. I remember when this came out. It was supposed to be like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Homage, big blowout homage to old school Showa era Godzilla, which is why it's as silly as it is. No, I think this movie's, to be fair, I'm overly defending this. I'm this movie's harshest critic. I think the middle sections are boring. I did not show up to this to watch bad looking kung fu fighting that doesn't look exceptionally good.
Oh yeah, that's not even talking about that. Like,
I'm not interested. All of the human parts, as always, are a drag on Godzilla movies. Like they're just it's so boring.
They're really not the point.
It's yeah. I think that he dies. He's dead. He's dead for most of this movie, and then he comes back to do a couple of all right fights. That's how I would put it. Like, I'm not a strong lover of this one. It's not my favorite.
No, I mean, if I'm being honest, I'm glad that this died so that we could get the modern version.
I mean, yes and no. I mean. Yeah, I would like to go back to, like, he fights monsters. I don't need every one to be a dissertation on, like, I really would like him to fight some monsters again, but...
No, I meant the modern American one.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, the modern American ones are really the closest to, like...
I think those are better than this was.
Oh, I mean, those are real solid. Again, they're real solid homage to those kinds of American version of those movies. I don't know. I'm not a strong defender of it. Jordan, is that it for Godzilla Final Wars?
That's it for Final Wars.
All right. So, I'm gonna end my week on more Fies. So I wanted to watch the Fies movie because there's two Fies movies. There's Fies Paradise Lost and Fies Paradise Reimagined. I don't have a ton to say on Paradise Lost. It's just the main difference is it takes place in another alternate universe, an alternate timeline where the Orphanox won and they took over the planet. And at a certain moment, the main guy, he disappeared and lost his memory, and he wound up in a village, a paradise village of humans. And the guy who got killed in the original series, the second rider, he's back. And the main leader of the bad guys, he's now a brain in a jar, and he has created, they call them emperor belts, but like they're like perfected belts or whatever. And there's a random common rider who speaks English. He just he speaks, and I'm not talking like he speaks like in Kaku Ranger where
you sent me the clip or something.
Yeah, with a flawless American accent.
Speaks English.
He just speaks English. And I thought maybe later on in the movie they might address it. They never address it. They never once address the fact that he speaks English. And then it's a different sort of history. So the different characters are in different places, and so it came out during the show. So the horse guy, he's still an idealist. He's still happy, and his girl, one of the people in his little clique in the original show, she dies. She gets killed. She gets stabbed, and she dies, and that's what causes him to go evil, basically. And so in this movie, she also dies. Oh, and she is in love with the guy I said was basically Japanese Jack Sparrow, who's my favorite character. She's in love with him, but he has no interest in her. And the goofy human sidekick character is pen paling with her, but doesn't realize it's her, and he's also in love with her. There's a ton of romance in that show. There's a lot of weird love triangles. The horse guy and the main guy have this weird sexual tension in every scene they're in. They seem like they might be in love with each other, and it seems like it in this movie as well that they may be in love with each other. They share a lot of longing looks, is all I'm saying. They share a lot of longing glances.
Not that there's anything wrong.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. They're allowed to be gay. I'm just saying they should get together. I was rooting for them. They were the couple I was rooting for. But he in the movie, he does admit his love for the girl, and he gets killed, which causes the guy to go evil, and he becomes a brand new rider. And the costume design is really cool on his common rider. He's called Common Rider Orga, and he's really cool. His costume is badass. The other rider, he's pretty cool. He kind of suffers from, he's got what kind of appears to be a jetpack, and we talked about how I can't stand it when it's clunky. Like there's a couple of fight sequences where he's fighting and it flops around like it's cloth or like it's rubber, because it is. There's a new girl rider. Oh no, that's in the next movie. It is otherwise an alright movie. The final boss fight. Oh, it also introduces his second form, his upgraded form, which he gets later in the show. But this is where that gets introduced. And the big final fight is against a big CGI monster. It's not super interesting. Oh, the other thing about Fies is it ends. The way it ends is I should mention the ending of it because it is important for this next bit. So, the ending of Fies. In the final kind of arc of the show, the little boy that Kaido is his name. Kaido saves from a fire randomly in an episode. He's been kind of paying attention to him. He's been staying at this orphanage, and Kaido's been kind of looking out for him. He gets possessed by the Orphanoch King, and the Orphanoch King is eating other Orphanochs to gain strength. But the kid is not the Orphanoch King. The kid is just kind of possessed by him. And initially all the Orphanochs want to kill him. But then for reasons that it's not really explained, they change allegiances. So now they pledge allegiance to him. But the Orphanoch King is just kind of a mindless monster. He doesn't really seem to have any motivations or evils or goods or wants or desires. He just is random destructive force that wants to kill people. And that's where So they a big twist revealed third act turns out that eventually Orphanox just die. Like eventually they just like disappear
I
and wither
mean,
away and die.
we all die eventually.
Yeah, but like at an extended pace. They eventually will just turn into dust and die. And so the horse guy who was good, he becomes evil because he wants to harness the power somehow, it's not really explained how, of the Orphanaut King so they won't die. And so he has kidnapped the kid and like is feeding him with different Orphanox, and that's where I sent you the clip of the kid exploding, where the kid just explodes. Yeah. So
yes.
the all of the three by the end of the show, there's 3 riders. They beat the guy, and like he goes to do a big rider kick and kill him, and you don't actually see the king die. It just cuts to like a week later or whatever, and Kaido's like watching this orphanage, and all the characters are like, wow, that battle with that guy sure was something, huh? Yeah, it sure is. Man, it sure was like a dream that thing happened. And then it cuts to they're all sitting on like a field or whatever, and he's like, what are you gonna do now? He's like, I'm gonna live like this guy, helping everyone's dreams come true or whatever. And then it shows the one of the evil girls, she has the body of the Orphanaut King just there, and then that's how the show ends. And it doesn't have an ending.
That feels sudden.
Unresolved.
Yeah, that's the word.
Yeah, it's very unresolved. You're like, wait, so the big bad guy's just alive? So the second movie I watched was the 20-year anniversary special, where it was
of Kamen Rider
5. So it's the Visa Cinema, or is it Paradise Reimagined, and it takes place 20 years after the end of Kamen Rider 5, and it is, to start off with, very bad. Remember how you were like, your Godzilla movie feels like this feels like fan fiction. This feels like, because apparently from what I read, I don't know which actors, but like a few of the actors wanted to make this. I don't know if you can hear me.
Keep talking. I'm listening.
A couple of the actors wanted to make this. So, like, the actor, and I don't know which ones, because I don't know, obviously, the actors who play which characters, but when I was reading about it, several of the actors, like, this was, like, their passion. They wanted to come back and do this for the anniversary. But, okay, so...
Good for them.
It takes place... Yeah, but it's really not very good. Okay, so it takes place...
Oh, so what you're saying is it's kind of a Billy Power Rangers Forever situation.
Yes, totally. That's what it reminds me of. Because, like, okay, so it takes place 20 years after the end of the original show, and the evil bad guys, one of the bad guys is now, who somehow didn't die, is now in control of Smart Brain, and they now work with the government hunting down Orphanox. And so, if they discover you're an Orphanox, they execute you. And somehow the guy who had his throat crushed like a grape is somehow alive. It's never explained how, and or sorry, I should say it's not explained how in the moment how he's alive, or why none of the characters seem shocked that he's alive. And his belt, which gets destroyed by the final boss,
Carl,
is somehow back. He has it again, and he is living with the girl, the main girl from the original show, who are living...
Brittany?
Yeah, Brittany. And they're living in... Because the whole deal was they lived and with this one guy, the affable idiot sidekick guy. They lived with him, and he ran a dry cleaning business. And so long as they helped him with the dry cleaning business, they could live with him. So they're still living at his place. And they've now opened up a second location, which Kaido has converted into a ramen restaurant, because he feels like he's the most distracted when he's cooking ramen. And basically the guy, the main guy, Kamen Rider 5, he's disappeared. He discovered that he was starting to die, like disappear. He disappears and he's gone. He's been gone for a while. And the guy who owns the shop, his son is, or nephew, I think, is an Orphanoch, and he there's an a new girl, a Kamen Rider, who she transforms. The whole thing with Fives is he transforms using a phone, like a flip phone, which his name is Kamen Rider Fives, 555, because that's the number he pushes to transform, but it's pronounced.
That makes
Fives.
sense.
So she now has, instead of having a flip phone, she has a touch phone that she uses to transform because it's 2023. She goes to attack the nephew or whatever, and yeah, many of the characters from the original show just get executed. Like one of the guys who's the third rider, he just gets killed. Several like kids get killed, and Fies comes back and he's got like a new belt. So instead of being a flip phone, it's now a touch phone as well, and he's got a whole new form and a whole new costume. And he shows up, and they're all like, "Oh, we're so happy to see you." It's whatever. And he starts attacking all of them, and he's got all these really sick new moves that are really cool, but are ultimately very upsetting because he's about to kill a character I really, really like, and he's my favorite character. Please don't kill my favorite character.
Don't break my toys.
Right? And so all of a sudden, so in the end of the original show, they find out that the girl has the Orphanoch bits in her, but not enough to become an Orphanoch. So in this movie, turns out, oh no, she does have enough to become an Orphanoch. So the girl Kamen Rider, she has a huge thing for Kamen Rider Fives. She basically is the one keeping him alive in a tube, giving him injections and whatnot to keep him from disintegrating. And she is jealous of the girl. Like, she has all these files on her and has been reading her. It's like, oh, is she your girlfriend? Was she your girlfriend? He was like, no, she was not my girlfriend. And he was like, oh, you were in love with her, weren't you? You were in love with her. And so she goes after the girl and turns her into an Orphanoch. So she has an excuse to go after her. So now this girl, who is just kind of like a helpless sidekick character, now all of a sudden is an Orphanoch and can do fight sequences now and get into fights now. And
so she can now be useful.
Right, yeah. And so they basically, there's a whole sequence of events which leads to them confronting each other in a warehouse. He's acting evil and she's trying to figure out why, and she like reveals that she's in love with him, and they kiss while in Orphanoch form. She's a cat and he's a wolf. Get it?
No,
because cats and wolves, they're like polar opposites, so it's a forbidden love.
No, it's cats and dogs are polar opposites. Cats and wolves, I don't think they have any relation at all. That's not really a thing.
That's what they're going for, Jordan. That's what they're going for.
Oh,
and so
okay,
the implication.
He should have been a dog then.
Because like after they kiss, it then cuts, and she's covering herself with a sheet in the bed, and he's like. So I think the implication is that they sleep together, like they have sex, which is weird. It's very weird. And then yeah, the girl attacks them in this warehouse, and there's a big fight sequence, and she says a line which I don't ever want to hear in a Kamen Rider ever again. Well, at least, okay, so I don't know if you experienced this.
I love you.
Well, okay, I don't know if you experienced this because to be fair, a lot of the stuff you watched on was on
Tubi.
Yeah, so it was like professional subtitlers, but a lot of these subtitlers are done by like fans and whatnot, right? So it's hard to know if that's what they're actually saying, or if they're saying an approximation of it.
See, that's why. Well, I always get the Blu-ray box, so
yeah,
the versions that I always get are usually the professional ones.
Fair enough.
But I can see where the concern would come from. I would always just assume it's an approximation.
Because like yeah, and they said it again in this. I think it was the first movie. But there's a phrase they keep saying, which the subtitles say it's "Don't fuck with me." But
you mentioned that.
It's a similar phrase, and they say it multiple times. Multiple characters say it multiple times, and the subtitles are translating it to "Don't fuck with me," and I just don't think that's what. And like,
they're probably saying something to the effect of like "Don't mess with me."
Don't mess with me, but a really extreme
and it's like
of it. Yeah, that's what
it's probably like in you know how we've discussed before how in Japanese there's certain ways that they say things where it's really disrespectful.
Yeah.
So it's probably like they're saying in like the most disrespectful Japanese way possible, don't mess with me or don't screw with me
Right.
or something like that. And it probably just doesn't
So
translate.
so like at one point in this movie, there's a character.
I'm just guessing.
There's an old lady who comes and drops off or complains about her dry cleaning, and the subtitles say, "Oh, you always get these kind of Karens." Now, to be fair,
Yeah, I don't think that's what they're saying.
okay, well, to be fair, this movie came out in 2023, so that is a colloquially known phrase at that point. I just don't think it's something they'd
Is
say
it
in
in
Japan.
Japan?
In
Yeah, I
Japan,
was gonna say,
I don't imagine so, but
like,
the Japanese
like
person tell me.
I could see it being a thing where it's like in Japanese, they're essentially saying like she's like a bitter old woman, or she's like
Maybe
what would their word for shrew be? Like she's a shrew.
I don't. Yeah, I
Like
don't know.
I could see it being like they're saying that, and there's just
Or
no translation.
like he says shit. The one guy I mentioned, Japanese Jack Sparrow. He says shit a lot in this, like just a lot. Or like at one point, he says, "All this is happening because you didn't just give it to her," and I'm like, that's a really crass joke. A crass thing, particularly even for this character who's already pretty crass. That's a very crass thing for him to say, but also the implication that they slept together. Again, it's really adult but I don't know if maybe that's
I
what
don't
they're
know.
going for.
I mean, Japan is also the place where you had Dragon Ball, where there's a an old man who
Right, but this is still a
sees.
common rider, and like even I would
Right,
say it's a
but you're just
tad
talking.
more.
But you said that it's not like a kid thing. But I'm like, that is a kid's show, and it did
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
So
Kamen Rider. He's just never had sex in it. I guess I don't know. But it ends with, it turns out that the guy who died and I appreciate this. The guy who we thought was ultimately he chooses to go with the girl who's now an orphanok, and the other girl is now jealous. And yeah, she says, "Go make love in hell." Which is just a weird thing to see in a Kamen Rider thing. I was like, I don't like that. I don't. And so yeah, she attacks the whatever. So, but it turns out that the second rider, who is just mysteriously alive for no explained reason at the beginning, turns out he's actually an android, and nobody goes, oh yeah, no, that makes sense because you died. You're dead. You shouldn't be alive. But he's been an android that's just been living with her for like 10 years or whatever. Or however many years he's been living with her. And she just hasn't picked up on the fact that he's an android. And it turns out that, yeah, no, he did actually die. And he actually now has his own version of this new upgraded touch phone transformation device, belt. And it's really cool. It's just as cool. Like, the designs are cool. But yeah, there's all this romance crap that's just like, this is bad. And then the movie ends inexplicably with no explanation. So he's just like, oh yeah. He looks at it and says, there's something wrong with my hand. And he looks at it, and instead of there being the hole, like it's dissolving, he's like, oh, my lifeline is now longer somehow. And so it implies that he's gonna live now. Like the end of the show sort of indicates
okay,
that they're all gonna eventually die, but they don't. It's very strange. It was not a very good. In terms of an epilogue to Fies, I was kind of hoping for some more clarification. It feels like a sequel to something I didn't see, and as near as I can tell, there isn't a thing I didn't see. But this feels like, I don't know her name, but the lead girl. It feels like her fan fiction, because everything happens to her at several points. Multiple guys are fighting over her. She's kind of a Mary Sue in this. I hate that word, but that's kind of what she is.
okay, I
That's
understand.
it. That has been Keep Your Eyes on Fies.
Keep your eyes on five. Okay. So if that's all you have to say about that,
That's my final thing. Let's talk about Wizard.
then I think it's time we wrap up this week with Kamen Rider Wizard.
Wizard.
Which right off the bat, I want to say I love the suit design.
Oh, suit design's so good. Him
I
and
love
Beast. Him and
the
Beast look phenomenal.
the trench coat look. Well, I mean, even what's his name,
The
the White
Mage,
Wizard.
Kamen Rider Mage.
No, the White Wizard.
I'm pretty sure it's Mage.
It's White Wizard is what the Wikipedia says. Um,
I think it's.
the old man, the White Wizard.
Yeah, no, but I'm pretty sure his Kamen Rider name is Kamen Rider Mage.
I don't know. I just know that it says here he's Kamen Rider White Wizard. Anyways, his suit design also looks good.
Never mind. Sorry, I'm mistaken. Kamen Rider Mage is the name of the things he sires later.
Oh, got it. Um, and so Cold Notes version. Uh, uh, there is an event which causes the Phantoms to first show up, which happens before the start of the show. And So the Phantoms want to create more Phantoms by targeting humans that have potential magic energy, which are called gates, and cause them to fall into deep despair. And if they fall into deep despair, the human part of them dies, and the Phantom part takes over, basically, and they propagate and make more and more and more. That's what the bad guys want. That's their goal.
They use magic.
Or at least for most of the series, that's what we think the goal is. And you have different lieutenants or villainous people. There's the girl one whose name I don't remember.
There's Phoenix.
There's
the only one I remember.
Phoenix, who dies in the sun. And there's, I think they call him Chameleon.
Yeah, I think so. Pretty sure Chameleon. Yeah.
The third one, the one who is part human.
Yeah. Big twist. They all turns out they all work for the White Wizard guy because he's evil. Spoiler alert.
Whoa! You just jumped the gun and skipped right to the end there.
Did.
But yeah, no. That is the big plot twist, is that you find out that because Haruto is looking after an amnesiac girl, who you end up finding out is the daughter of the White Wizard.
Yes.
And the reason why the White Wizard is doing all the things that he's doing is to bring her back to life.
Yeah,
I think was the point.
He wants the Philosopher's Stone to bring her.
Well, she has
keep her alive.
Yeah, she has the Philosopher's Stone inside of her, and I think he wants to power it basically to keep her alive.
Yeah. Big spoiler alert: she dies at the end. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, she does. Well, unless you want to argue that her spirit lives on in the Philosopher's Stone.
I just remember the ending of this being really unsatisfying.
Kind of, a little bit. Basically, he stops it all and he destroys the last guy, and he has the Philosopher's Stone is now one of his rings, and that's where I say you could argue that her spirit lives on in there, but I don't think that's the point. So then, yeah,
no,
you hit
it's
episode
supposed
51.
to be proper sad. You're supposed to be sad about the fact that she's dead.
It ends on episode 51, and it has this nice resolution where, like, each of the people, you see what their epilogue is and how it ends, and he rides off into the sunset on his motorcycle, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is a really nice ending. And then there's 2 more episodes.
But somehow that's what all Kamen Riders are like. You're like, how is there 2 more episodes of this? I don't understand. And then he goes to a weird alternate dimension where Kamen Rider Wizard's a kid.
He ends up. Is that what the point is supposed to be?
I don't know.
He ends up in this crystal world, like this crystal, where it's like an alternate world where there were no Kamen Riders, I think is supposed to be the point. But then let me talk. Let me get through this, and you can ask your questions at the end. There's like a kid, and then there's a girl kid, who the girl kid has the same name as the friend that died and became the Philosopher's Stone ring.
Yes.
And yeah, they have the rings, which have 12 Kamen Riders.
Yeah, they can summon the Kamen Riders. I just remember they summon a bunch of them.
And then they want to escape the crystal so that they don't turn into the Phantoms. And then there's also a bad guy who rules the crystal world, and he also wants to escape the crystal so that he can invade the real world and take over.
You know, the more you say this, this really does sound like a summer movie that they split into 2 episodes.
Yeah, it does.
The more you say that,
it does feel like that, especially because you have the second Kamen Rider from the show, whose name I can't remember, the one who likes the mayo.
Nice.
But
yeah, his ending's really sad. I remember that.
It's him before the end of the show.
Yes.
Like, he gets sucked in when he still has his power, and so our main guy Haruto is like, oh, it's what's his name, but it's before where I know him from because he still has his powers. So, I can't tell him anything that's going to happen to him. And I'm like, okay, so wait. Now there's time travel in this? What?
Yeah, because,
this is confusing.
Technically,
and then hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. And then through the power of the children's wishing, we summon in the guy from the next
Yeah,
series,
from the
who
future.
I recognize purely because of watching Zio, not Zio, the
Yeah,
one last one I
yeah,
watched.
yeah.
Um,
Gaim.
and Gaim, and I'm like, hey, I recognize that suit. He's the guy who has oranges on his
Yeah,
suit.
he is technically a
Um,
samurai. Samurai and fruit is his whole deal.
um, and
But like, I only watched Gaim because he showed up at the end of this, so like, it was effective. I will give it that.
um, and so yeah, then the last one ends, and he Kamen Rider Wizard still seems to exist in this world. He could still have future episodes. It's not like an episode of Power Rangers at the end where they lose their powers
No,
or
he's still
something.
out there
So
fighting.
he's just still fighting the good fight.
He's one of those ones I don't think he's come back really. I don't think he has.
I mean, other than in when you see, I don't know if it was specifically this guy, but Wizard is in the one that I watched.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Um, but again, I don't know if I didn't know him at the time, so I don't know if
Oh,
Haruto was
oh,
actually in it.
yeah, no, he might. Yeah, the actual actor. I don't know if the actual actor has ever come back, but yeah, the character definitely has.
The character came back,
Yeah,
or at least Wizard did.
yeah.
Um,
But you
but
know, also has one of my favorite secondary riders, which is Kamen Rider Beast. I love Kamen Rider Beast. He's the reason why I will always say mayonnaise like mayonnaise.
I like him more than I like the one.
Mayonnaise.
I like him more than the one that from Zio.
Yeah, yeah. It's 'cause
Why
he's
do I
fun.
keep forgetting the name?
Zio,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's fun and he doesn't just want to murder the main rider the entire time.
No, yeah, no, yeah. They have a fun rivalry that's kind of fun.
And so it's like
And
I
he
like
dies,
him.
and it's really sad when he dies.
He didn't die.
I thought he dies.
No, he loses his powers, but he's still very much alive.
I misremembering
At the
that.
end, he gives his power. Like Griffin is like, I release you, and he gives up his powers, but he's still very much alive.
All right.
He goes off at the end. His epilogue is him and the kid who was forced to be and then that was the point that I was gonna say is my one thing with this one is, and I like I don't like how many there are, but I like how they do it. This one has too many riders for me.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It just I don't like it, but I like that the extra riders that they do have, the kid, the one guy, and to a degree the girl, they don't want to be riders.
Yeah,
Like the two of them are literally forced to be riders.
yeah.
So it's like there are too many riders, but they don't want to be
Yeah,
riders.
I'm not.
So
a,
it's
yeah,
like
that's sort of where I kind of was like, oh man, they're all
makes
kind of
it-
the same thing, and they're not very interesting looking.
it makes it kind of work for me though because they don't want to be it.
Yeah.
Like because they're being forced to it.
Yeah, common. I looked up the it's like they've got the head, and then they've got the lame kind of shirt, and then the claw, and it's like it's just not very. They just visually don't do anything for me.
But
I know in a future movie, I know they bring back, or I know, I don't know if she has the same name, but the girl does eventually come back in one of the movies as a version of the White Wizard.
according to this, there's 6 movies that he's in.
There's a bunch of movies.
One of which I think I've seen already, which is Kamen Rider Heisei Generations. I believe I watched it last time.
Yep.
I don't remember him being in that one, but I wasn't specifically looking for him. So
No. Yeah. Yeah. I know that. I've only seen one. I think I've only seen the one, but I know. Yeah, she comes back as like an alternate version of the White Wizard character.
Interesting. Did you know there was a Kamen Rider game?
I did. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. There's one where it's basically it's a fighting game where you have the different ones, and there's one where it's basically Dynasty Warriors but with Kamen Rider.
I assume that's what this one is. Kamen Rider Climax Heroes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one.
It was on the PlayStation Portable and the Nintendo Wii.
Yeah.
There's a few other that they have here.
There's There's a bunch of fighting games, but yeah, there's one where it's basically just Dynasty Warriors, but with Kamen Rider. And it's apparently really fun.
But overall I like this one, but I think I preferred the last one I watched more.
That's fair. I was much the same way. I really like Forze. Forze is one of my favorites. Yeah, so
No, I mean Zio.
Oh, Zio. Oh, yeah, fair enough. That's fair enough. I forgot about Zio.
Um,
Yeah, Zio's
I,
Zio's quite good. Zio's a
I
newer one
really
though as well.
I really like Zio. But there's see that's where it's interesting to me because it's like yeah, there's elements of this one that I like more, and you're right. In the last like 10, 15 episodes, it really picks up.
Absolutely, yeah.
Um,
It's like a lot of these are like it's really slow, and this one in particular. I think this one. I think I read somewhere that they dragged it out. Like I think
it
they
feels like it.
because you said it's 53 episodes, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I read somewhere
Well,
that they dragged it
50,
out.
51, and then like what is essentially a movie split into two parts.
Yeah, I like some of these feel too long. They like not even by much. Like some of these could easily be 40 episodes, and they probably would be
Yeah,
better.
but it's just there's a few
45.
in this one in particular, there's a few
I remember
like
they were.
episodes where it's just like another one of them fighting another phantom and defeating another phantom, and it's like you could have cut two or three of those out and it
Yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
really have
Where it's like
affected
some of these are
anything.
starting to feel the same. Yeah, that
Yeah.
I do recall this one because this one I didn't. I remember I watched Forza like week to the end, and this one I came back a while later because it was like, oh, this is really not doing it for. I like it when my Kamen Rider has a bit of mystery to it, and this just was straightforward. It's really
Um,
and also some of the CGI is just it's just bad. It's just not very
the
good.
the one bad guy though, the one who's a psychotic killer who was killing before he became the
Yeah,
Phantom,
yeah.
whose name I don't remember, he makes me think of Waz.
Yes, I can see why you would say that. I really like the suit design in just on the monsters. I like a thin suit design where it
Yeah.
allows them way more freedom of movement. That's one thing I will say I liked about Fives was the suit design was thin and sleek, and the fights were just it made the fights better. It makes the fights better when the suit actor can move around in the suit. When it's overly like I hate a final form where it's big and clunky because then it's like oh you're losing the it works in this because he's a magic guy, so he can wave his hand and do magic. But like, yes, some of the magic just it never looks good. It just never looks good. Like
Yeah.
the big hand when he does big hand, it's like, oh, this just doesn't look good.
Also an interesting thing, in terms of actors and actresses in this, most of the main guys, the hero guys, they're all in their 31s and 33s and stuff like that, except, the girl who's the police officer.
Yes.
When I looked it up the other day, now, I don't know what she was when this came out, but now, they're all
Oh,
like, yeah, 33, like our age, and she is like in her 50s.
really?
Yeah.
Wow. She must have been.
And the grandpa, the guy who owns or who makes all the rings and stuff, he's in his 70s now.
Huh. Interesting.
Whereas, yeah, like the wizard, or the main wizard guy,
Yeah.
our main wizard guy, um, Haruto, yeah, he's like 33 or
Interesting.
35 or something, I think, or somewhere in that range.
Interesting.
So they're all young except for the police officer, which I guess makes sense because she's supposed to be a cop, so I guess she's supposed to be older than them.
Just shows you
But she
how
doesn't look she
yeah
doesn't look older than them.
Japanese people don't look old. Jordan,
They age very well.
is that it for Kamen Rider Wizard? Is that it for
That is it for Kamen Rider Wizard.
Kamen Rider Wizard? Yes,
Wizardo.
I love this week. Every time we do it, I'm like, oh man, we should do this more often. There's so many more of these series we could talk about, but I think if we did, I'd get burnt out. I like the 2 a year we do. Maybe
Yeah,
we'll sneak in a third one if I break up this season into 2 parts.
So here's what I'll say. If you want to sneak in some Japanese programming or something mid time, I think we make it any language is up for grabs. If you want to watch something from like Mexico,
Maybe.
or you want to
We'll
watch
see.
something like something like that, something
We'll
just to
see.
break it up a little bit.
We'll see. But next time we do this, we are gonna once again. We'll see how we feel in the rapid fires, but
Because
definitely,
otherwise, yeah, I'm okay with it just being a season opener thing.
definitely we're gonna we're gonna pick each other's again. I really liked how this worked out. You selected some excellent choices, and I quite enjoyed Fives, and it takes all the pressure off of me. So I really like that. It yielded great results. I think we're gonna stick with that. But regular showtime now. Back to the regular scheduled programming, and I recently did a stint on the Party of Broadway World podcast where I talked about Freaky Friday, and I mentioned how I wanted to do a pick an actress so I could talk about Lindsay Lohan's bad movies. So we're gonna pick an actress next week, so I can talk about Lindsay Lohan's bad movies, including I don't know who killed me, or I know who killed me, and Georgia Rule, and those ones, the bad ones.
Oh,
Jordan hasn't decided yet, but he will.
I have some ideas.
He will. But that's next week. In the meantime, Jordan, where can the people find you?
I do Minecraft Monday on Twitch, Zethgore187, and I do this, and I'm gonna sneeze again, so you talk.
All right. I'm on TikTok. I'm just Spurr. I'm on TikTok. Come like my videos. I'm like just about at 100,000 likes on TikTok. It's pretty exciting. I'm very excited. You can follow us, the show, on TikTok at Spur of the Moment P. If you want to talk to us, you can email us. It's justinsbusiness@gmail.com. You can join the Discord. You can join the Patreon. I'm sure there's other things in the
TrophySmack.com.
If you want to see the last episode of the podcast, the anime, you click the box on the left. If you want to see a random video that YouTube thinks you're going to enjoy, you click the box on the right. Hit subscribe if you haven't already. We put new videos out. How many days a week, Jordan?
Every day.
Every single day there's a new video coming out. There's multiple shorts coming out every single day. There's constantly content. Stay tuned. We got all sorts of crazy stuff coming for you. We're very excited for season 5. Season 5 of the Spur of the Moment podcast.
Fives.
Leave us a like if you haven't already. We're going to see you all next week. Bye, everybody.
See ya.